want to give you a few minutes to prepare for them and let the mic get turned on. While we do that, I was thinking about the book overall and thinking, is this an optimistic book? Is this a depressing book? It's neither of those things. It's gentle. There's a gentleness in it and a sensitivity in it that I suspect very much reflects you, actually. Do you feel like it does, that the book is reflective of your
I hope so.
sense?
I hope so. I'm glad you don't find it depressing. There's so much disaster porn out already that nobody needs more, especially not from someone who looks like me. Yeah, I've lived a very protected and sheltered and lovely life. No more disaster porn. I wanted to write something about social movements and how people win. But then you come up against a world that is in enormous pain, like people who are struggling for their lives. And I didn't want to drop, like icing sugar on that either. It's fucking brutal. And against all these odds, people win. People are surviving and building community and beating powerful institutions and have so much to share. We have so much that we can learn from. So yeah, I hope that does come through. And also some jokes. We can't laugh at this stuff. We'd be stuffed.
Let's go to our questions.
The government wants a khaki election.
Right.
Because they become standard and the opposition is only able to match them. So the government becomes the safer option.
Right.
In contrast, a domestic election becomes one about their reaction to COVID, floods, climate change, gender, integration. A picture none of us are happy with. My question is, will the domestic election be a far more honest one because it will focus on the government's performance and whether we want more of the same or something different?
I'm up for something different. I'm up for something really different. I'm going to be super quick. There was a beautifully pitched question. I'll be quick because there's quite a number of folk. I don't even know if this khaki election concept is going to work for them. I wouldn't trust these people to competently make a cheese sandwich, let alone conduct a war.
What's the line, Scott Morrison? The arc of authoritarianism, was it? Or the saviour of the problems of democracy worldwide?
I don't trust them in global diplomacy. I certainly don't trust them in national security. He's just openly abusing these concepts for very short-term electoral advantage. Whether it'll work or not, that's another question. But pass it on, exactly that, the way that you've pitched it. Like, pass it on. Their domestic agenda has been a catastrophe from word one. They're basically just there as ciphers for industry. They haven't stood up to a single powerful industry or institution in this country. And I don't trust them with the conduct of much more serious matters than the stuff that they've already buggered up. Thank you for asking. I'm voting for something different.
Scott, your Wikipedia entry suggests... I assume you know what's in it.
I have no idea.
Well, it suggests that when you were elected first to the Senate, I guess back in 2008, when you first took your seat up to the Senate, that you campaigned strongly against internet censorship. Now, the internet's obviously a powerful tool for things such as Extinction Rebellion, etc.
Yeah.
However, it's been weaponised by the far right as well. I shouldn't say as well. It has been weaponised by the far right, QAnon, etc. I guess my question is, have your views changed on the role of the internet in the intervening years? And as an example, was Facebook right to ban Donald Trump from social media?
Oh, that is a fantastic question. Yeah, I think my views have changed. It doesn't feel like a black and white thing, but I probably would have, if you'd asked me some of those same questions 10 years ago, I'd probably take a more nuanced view to it now. One of the things that wasn't obvious way back then was the other ones is like a town square, but it's really more like a shopping mall. And the security can move you on anytime you like. You don't have any implied or actual rights to any kind of speech in there. So that's the ground on which these things are built. It's not like the old days of the internet where it actually did kind of feel like a public square for folk who were fortunate enough to be there. So that's your ground. Now add on top of that actual information warfare, like really well-crafted and funded disinformation campaigns that have killed hundreds of thousands of people in a pandemic and put us at enormous risk in the context of climate change. I'd go further upstream of the question about whether Facebook was right to ban Donald Trump, and I would ask, should any of us be on Facebook? Like, really, why are we feeding that monster? Why are we there? That's an easy one to ask. The harder one is, well, where's the damn town square? Like, where is the place where we can meet and exchange ideas that isn't full of hate speech and Nazis, that also isn't controlled by some hideous teenage oligarch? That platform doesn't yet exist, or if it does, please come to the microphone and let everybody know. I feel like the better conversation to have is, where would we prefer to meet? Because it sure as hell isn't Facebook.
Thank you, Scott. I have a question and I'd like to hear what your response is.
I'll do my best.
Extinction Rebellion has developed into an art form, pissing the powerful off, but we're also offering a small step in the circle for the Australia that comes next. This week we've launched Fund Solutions Not Pollution. We're demanding of every federal MP or candidate in a seat where one has resigned 3 simple demands: stop funding fossil fools and fuels,
Great.
ban fossil fuel donations,
Great.
and 200% renewables by 2030, which includes a just transition for regional communities and exporting them.
Now, what do people think of that?
Are you aware of it? Will you support it?
There seems to be general agreement that that's great. And that doesn't actually sound all that radical to me. It's my favourite thing about that campaign is that these are perfectly reasonable things. The 200% renewables, that's interesting because that means you have an export industry. Yeah, whether it's hydrogen or whether it's a great big extension cable to the Indonesian archipelago, but it's that we're not just providing for ourselves, we're providing for others. And Australia is an outward-focused economy, so let's get on that. Yes, it's great. I'm voting for it. I mean, I would say that. One of the other things that I love about XR is that it is theatrical. When you speak of it as an art form, it's also a carnival. It's also fun.
Could I just add, it's COVID safe, it's a QR code off your phone, an automatic email.
Great
You can
use of
keep
an
your
open
mask
mic.
on or off.
This is how to do it. Great use of an open mic.
I've read your book.
Ah.
I think it's a terrific book,
Bless you.
very imaginative, and I did also like the Earth history part of it. One thing that struck me is that you end up being quite optimistic. You have quite an optimistic picture at the end. Can you explain how? I wasn't quite sure how you got from the rest of the book to that.
Oh, true. Okay. It's probably because I'm not a very good writer. Like ideally,
You are a good writer.
Ideally-
You are an uncommonly good writer for somebody who has served in our federal parliament, Scott.
oh, that had a sting in the tail, didn't it?
No, there's been a few really great ones, but a long time ago.
The fact that it ends on an optimistic note, I hope doesn't feel forced. It's not quite what you're saying, but everything that I was researching, both in terms of social movement theory and how movements operate, and the fact that I'm not really a technocratic kind of person, but when you look at what's happening, the conversation that we started out right at the beginning of this circular economy, or it's not just about replacing one energy technology with another one, but about actually folding our industrial cycles back into themselves so that they start behaving as though they are part of an ecosystem. Like, that's well ahead. A lot of it's not very glamorous, you know. It's about waste management or transport policy or insulation and shit like this that most of us aren't going to need to worry about. But there's so much optimism there. It's being led from all these different directions. Like, all the pieces of the puzzle are there. We don't need to wait for nuclear fusion or time travel or Star Trek or this or that. It's there. We can do it. And I feel like collectively we're up to it. The thing that's missing, and maybe this is the bit that's not, maybe it's not communicated well enough in the book, is that we can't do it in our little bordered nation states just looking after our own affairs. We are a planet, and the atmosphere doesn't care what the line on the map says. Neither do refugee flows. You know, like, we are in this as a planetary society, and that's a jump that is tricky to make, but it feels essential. And again, that's why I go on about progressive international a bit. Borders aren't serving us anymore. In fact, they're about to become an even more significant part of the problem than they already are. So start dissolving the borders in your mind, and things start looking much more interesting and more optimistic. Thanks for the question.
I like that answer. Thank you.
Bless you.
Hi, Scott. I do volunteer work in Palestine 3 times a year for like many, many years now. And I would love to talk with you offline about some more details and contacts. I would also like you to share with the audience what some of the biggest lessons you've learned in Palestine particularly were that could be applied both to how we do activism within our country and any other lessons learned for, like, Australia foreign policy.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. I promise I didn't set that up in advance, but that's an awesome question. So I haven't spent as long there as it sounds as though you have, but I did spend a couple of weeks there at the end of 2017 with a little crew based in Beit Sahura in the West Bank called To Be Here. And so they run effectively a form of tourism for visitors, doing tours of the occupied territories, where you'll travel around with local organisers and they'll show you what it's like to live under occupation. I thought I was prepared, and I actually wasn't. I don't think anything can prepare you for what it's like there, for just how intense and all-pervasive the presence of occupation is. It forced me to have some hard thoughts with myself about occupation here. There, it's so fresh that there are teenagers with assault rifles in the town square, quite literally. It's an incredibly militarized society, and yet again, people aren't merely surviving, they're organising, they're doing this incredible work in community self-defence, which I think we can also learn from here. And one of the things, I guess, that's occurring at the moment is this incredible global cognitive dissonance that apparently boycotting, divestment and sanctions are okay if war crimes are being conducted by a Russian oligarch, and we're cheering that, or God knows I am. But when Palestinians use exactly those same techniques of resistance against a violent apartheid state, they're not allowed to do it. Like, there's this gargantuan double standard, whether it's Palestinian refugees or Palestinian forms of resistance, that are being starkly highlighted at the moment. And I hope, there's footage going around of the shelling of apartment blocks in Gaza that people are being told is happening in Ukraine, and people are saying, God, this is awful, won't somebody do something? That's the cognitive dissonance that we're in the midst of right now. I hope those voices are raised up. This is not to tear down the Ukrainian resistance. It's that we have to, I think, be a bit more even-handed when people, particularly in Palestine, confronting war crimes under an apartheid state in an occupation, are resisting in various ways that they see fit to defend themselves as well. I don't know if that was exactly the intent of your question, but that's just what's on my mind. Yeah, thank you.
G'day, Scott. First of all, I just want to thank you for your fantastic book. I mean, it's intelligent, perspicacious, it's well researched, one of the best bits of science writing I've read for a long time.
Wow.
And it's poetic. It's extraordinary. And I'm just, like Sally, I'm a bit gobsmacked to see that come from someone who's done time in the Senate.
Always that sting in the tail.
Yeah.
We're
It
just
says something
people.
about the Senate, not you. I think. Look, as an ex-politician, you'll be fully aware that people are widely fed up with our political party system. I mean, it hasn't delivered. We've been pushed down the same neoliberal road for 4 decades. People are really fed up. But at the same time, and you talk about looking for little ideas, beginning somewhere, there's a huge surge in interest in Europe at the moment in the idea of citizens' assemblies and citizen juries. And I'm wondering whether you've thought about that as a way of lifting the quality and the integrity of public policy.
That's awesome. We could do an hour just on this. How much time do we have?
4 minutes, but you do write about it in the book.
So we do write about it in the book. No coincidence that that's the third demand of Extinction Rebellion, is not necessarily citizens' assemblies in exactly the same way, but forms of deliberative democracy where decision-making is done in a similar way to a jury. And I think it's a really interesting analogue that we don't leave jury decisions that hinge of life or death on jurists and legal professionals. We just put it to regular people without any kind of particular state, not professional jurists. And it's written up in the book a little bit. I think when it's done well, when it's practiced well, and there's certain kind of guidelines for doing it well, it's a more evolved form of democracy. It's a funny kind of full circle back to what the Greeks and those who came before them were doing, where you don't want professional politicians. You just want people to spend time deliberating with people who don't look or sound like them, who have different views. And yes, I think it's got enormous potential. And we do want to give time for one last question, don't we?
Hi, Scott. My question isn't as well thought out as some of them, but I just firstly wanted to come up here as a young person and say thank you for giving us this roadmap into how we can still save ourselves as a species. And also in terms of activism, if our government is so, if our major parties are so strongly held by oil and gas companies, I guess we need to be directing more energy into targeting those companies specifically.
Yep.
I guess looking for some advice on how to balance those two things, government advocacy and targeting those companies, and then, how we can communicate that need as well.
That's a perfectly pitched question and a great place for us to go out, I reckon. So, 2 hands. One is never, ever again vote for somebody who's taking money from fossil fuel industries. That ship has sailed. We're done. We're just completely done. We got this gift that was hard fought that they don't have in the UK or the US, where we can sort people according to preference. So wherever you are, upper house, lower house, state, federal, local, never again. If they're banking checks from the industries that are burning down the future, we simply have to stop doing that. So that's the first thing. Then that opens up that crossbench wedge. The Greens and the Independents, and I know SA is you're pretty comfortable with the idea there's more than 2 major parties. They may not be able to form government, but they will be in negotiations with the people who can. They may well choose, as happened in 2010. So that's the first thing. And the second is, the day after the election, that all that infrastructure of state capture is still going to be there. We can acknowledge that and hold those 2 thoughts at the same time. We have to raise the costs for the industries that are doing this to us. Now, whether that is through what Extinction Rebellion does, whether it's shareholder resolutions, whether it's absolutely destroying their social license to operate. It shouldn't be safe to be a Santos billboard in this town or anywhere. It should be uncomfortable to be an executive in these companies, to be able to walk down the street and hope you don't get recognised. That's what the destruction of social license. Strikes, boycotts, occupations, like our lives are now on the line. It's not going to get more serious than this. Let's get to work, seriously.
Scott, thank you so much for your time and generosity today. You are a real writer. There's no qualifications. It's a wonderful book. It'll be in the tent right now with Scott if you'd like an autograph. You've been a magnificent audience, and thank you for the great questions.
Yeah, come get a book.
Yeah.
hello. There's a few more just settling in. Very honoured you joined us here and not next door with the crowd, so thank you for being here. Firstly, I acknowledge that we're on... First, I acknowledge... Can you all hear all right? Like this one? Firstly, I acknowledge we're on Kaurna Yada, and I pay my respect for Ghana's elders past and present. So I'll introduce you to today's guest. So Miles Allison is a writer and artist living in Melbourne. You still in Melbourne?
I am, yep.
You are? Okay. Miles is the author of the award-winning novel Fever of Animals, and he joins us in Adelaide to talk about his new novel, In Moonland. So that's where we do the little flash, In Moonland. And Liam Piper? I forgot to ask, check.
Close enough.
What?
Peeper.
Peeper?
Whatever, I don't mind. It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't ask. Is an author and journalist who's also from Melbourne. When did we open the border? What's happening here? Melbourne, have we opened the border? He's written a memoir called The Feel Good Hit of the Year and a collection of essays, Mistakes Were Made. His first novel was The Toy Maker, followed by Sweetness and Light in 2020. Welcome to Adelaide.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Karen.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for finding a seat on this side of the wine.
And you've both you flew in just now,
Yeah.
and you flew in last night.
I flew in yesterday, yeah.
Yep. So you haven't really had much of a
It's
look around,
beautiful.
or
It's beautiful here, isn't it?
yeah. It's not been very warm this week though, but it's nice. So we're talking about the two books today. So Miles's book, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, who was later known as Osho, and the ashram at Pune feature in the book. And Liam's book also has a fictional ashram in India, so there's the common theme there. Both books are also set, parts of them are set in Australia, America and India, and centre the lives and experiences of white people. Liam and Miles, what motivated you to choose those three settings? You want to go?
I guess the big inspiration for writing a book about India, like most great writers, I was contractually obligated to turn in a novel. And, like all writers, I love a check. And I was offered this incredible opportunity to go to India and write a book. Not this one, a previous book.
Okay.
Which is available in the bookstore and makes a wonderful gift if you're looking for something to fill those stockings next Christmas. But I went and I stayed in a sort of an old dance academy just outside of Bengaluru. It used to be called Bangalore, in the old colonial reckoning. And I just hung out there for 3 months, and it was an amazing experience. I got a lot of work done because there was no internet and no alcohol. And I got to know, I was the only white guy there for most of it, so I got to know a bunch of Indian writers from all across the subcontinent, and from vastly different walks of life, different language groups, different religions, cultures, and it was a very eye-opening and mind-blowing. And they were a bit culture shocked by me being an Australian, because they didn't quite know what to make of me or my accent, or the prison camps we run, which makes the news over there. And more than anything, they were baffled by. Have you ever read a book called Shantaram? They were like, so can you please explain this to us? This is why is the white guy the hero of this book? We've never met a heroic white guy. And so that sort of got me thinking, and I started to think about how, there's this great history of travel writing, there's of particular English and authors from Britain going to India and the country itself being a kind of a proving ground, a place for spiritual growth or a personal quest, that kind of hero's journey where you find out something about yourself, and it kind of, but it treats the country and the people within that country as, I guess, narrative props. And so I wanted to write a book that sort of interrogated that a little bit. And in regards to like interrogating and questioning that sort of journey of like a white person going to India to find themselves, and this greater idea that has seeped into Western culture that you can somehow, if you have some sort of existential crisis, if you have something wrong with you, some sadness or some psychic wound, you can fix it by going on holiday. It's a very interesting idea, and I don't know how it got into our culture. So my two characters were American because you can't write the sort of book I wanted to write without touching on Eat, Pray, Love, and Australian because that way I didn't have to do research, and I'd already spent that check I talked about at the start of this monologue, and I needed to turn something around pretty quickly. So that's why the three countries, and that's why I wanted to look at a country being used as a means for self-actualization and self-improvement from sort of a blinkered Western point of view, both American and Australian, and both male and female. And that's kind of where it started from. So that's a very long answer too.
Yeah, long answer's good.
Fine.
I think I started this book thinking it was probably a lot of other things to what it is now. I don't think I began it thinking that it was going to be about India. I was really interested in sort of writing about my own dad's kind of life in the 70s, sort of subculture in Australia, and doing research into that, I sort of discovered that there was this common thread with a lot of the people who I was speaking to, and that common thread was India. So many of them had been to India in the 70s, and India was such an important place for them for a variety of reasons. And so that, I guess that hero's journey or whatever that Liam was talking about, in some ways, certainly in this particularly Indian sense, began in the early 70s as a popular notion with the hippie trail. But I also wanted to, I guess, pay some respect to the importance that experience had for these people, because there were so many of these people who really had been actually transformed in interesting ways, or had what they thought of as really profound experiences. And I became gradually more and more interested in the sort of aftermath of those experiences, the way that you can have this incredible experience, and so, in some cases it's sort of in the broader sense youth, and in another more specific sense it's a kind of spiritual experience. And then you go back to your ordinary life, where you have jobs and where the struggles of ordinary existence kind of grind you down. And I was sort of interested in the aftermath, how you integrate those quite profound experiences and continue on in your life, which is in a way that is often quite disappointing after the highs of that experience. And was sort of that was sort of what became of the book after the impetus, which was about my father. It became much more about India, and I remembered a very early, probably what I sort of think of as my first memory, which was sort of just being in a room with this particular light. I would have been 4 or 5 years old maybe, and I realised that this room belongs to a friend of my father's who had been a Rajneeshi, a member of Bhagwan's group back in the 70s, and he's still a dear friend. He's still alive, and he was one of the people I sort of went and spoke to, and his experiences there was so incredible, and that particular time in that ashram in the late 70s, before Bhagwan moved to America and to Oregon, and before what many of you might know about, the ending, more or less, of the glory days, I suppose, and the controversy and the poisonings and the bombings and the lies and stuff that sort of ensued. Before that happened, there was this really incredible moment in time that continues to be a source of incredible importance, I guess, and significance for a bunch of people. So I wanted to pay some respects to that, while at the same time being aware that there was a dark side as well. Yeah.
Great. So, in Moonland, the protagonist Joe struggles with parenthood. That's how it opens, and the marriage. And then he eventually leaves his job and his marriage to go seek his father's ghost in India. And then towards the end of the book, Joe has created a safe haven on his deceased grandfather's estate. And there was always, like, you know, that relationship also was a little bit hazy. And he provides shelter and compassion to an eclectic mix of older people. And I really think that this mix of past, present and dystopian future, where the fascists were in control of Australia, really worked well. But I read somewhere that it took you ages to find that structure, and you had to pull apart your book and do some pretty major work. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, look, I feel like I spent a long time writing about Japanese ghosts, and that's totally jettisoned all of that, and a long time writing about the Vietnam War, and now there's not much of that left. So there was a kind of period, like a pretty major crisis at about 4 years, where I gave the book to my editor and to my mum, and they both said it wasn't working. And so I had to, really, that was a moment of like incredible shame, I think. And I had to sort of go back and partly I think there were structural problems. Partly there was a sense in which I tried to create a character that was different to my first book, and that was held at some sort of distance from me. And I realised I really had to just kind of go back into that stuff, which is the kind of painful, kind of personal stuff that you sort of don't really want to have to draw on all the time.
Yeah.
And I had to sort of drag that stuff out again and sort of, wring it out a bit and move through the real stuff to find the voice of this character. But the ending that you're talking about was always kind of an idea that I had. I liked the idea that I could write a kind of sci-fi book that didn't feel like a sci-fi book, that had just a little coda at the end, basically, that offered a way to see these three generations. So you have the father and then the grandfather and then the daughter at the end, and it's a world, I guess 25 years in the future, and I basically just extrapolated logically from the world we live in now, and it's a world in which there is a terrible prime minister, and there are droughts, and there are fires, and there is poverty on the streets, and there's a sort of a collective attempt by some people in the book, by the main character Joe, I guess, and to create a kind of an enclave or a community that can sort of reimagine what it might be to live together, I guess. Yeah.
But the daughter herself was creating community in some ways in the shared housing idea. So I think
that's
that
right.
Really
So I guess there's a kind of line through the book, which is this idea of trying to organise it like a social arrangement that works. And you have the family, which is the nuclear family at the start, which is sort of breaking down, but you also, I guess, as you said, the character in the final section lives in a kind of a communal share house where you have a number of different houses in suburban Sydney sort of growing their own food and sharing resources, which is something that's already started to happen, and I think it's probably something that's going to happen increasingly as property prices become inaccessible, but as food becomes difficult potentially to access. Those kind of social arrangements are going to again be questioned in the same way that I guess that they were questioned in the 70s, in that era where people began to think about communal living and communal farming, that sort of thing.
But that theme carried in through three generations because Vincent, Joe's father, pre-marriage also had a pretty bizarre share house situation where people were just dropping in and anything could happen.
Yeah, well, there's a so that's sort of loosely based on my own dad, who sort of bought a house really one day when he was really heartbroken and stoned. He was wandering through the street and he found there was an auction and he just sort of put up his hand and he bought this house and he couldn't afford it, so he basically it became a kind of a share house for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it was also there were other kind of models for that, which were sort of big hippie households in the 70s in Elwood that sort of transformed from one era to another, from a sort of TM meditation centre through to a kind of political, kind of quite radical sort of Maoist or Marxist kind of political kind of centres and then, gradually people drifted away or got jobs or whatever. But that kind of legacy of that era was something that, really fascinated me.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just going to do a trigger warning here. We're going to briefly talk about suicide as a theme. So we'll do this delicately. So in both books, the protagonists have lost their fathers in childhood. In the case of Joe's father, it's Vincent. There's doubt whether it's suicide or an accident. But, probably suicide.
I haven't made up my mind about that.
Yeah.
I think so basically the main character at the start of the book, maybe I could read the first. Should I read the first thing? Or should we do that later?
Yeah, let's do that now. Yeah. The first paragraph is amazing. I'm a fan of first paragraph.
I'll just read the first paragraph so you get a sense maybe of what I'm talking about. And then, in March 1996, a few months before he drove into a tram stop, my father bought an old Ford Torino with the money he'd won on a horse called Holy Moly. He was a fast, erratic driver, and it made him happy for a while, that car, the roar of it, the faded yellow Phoenix on the black bonnet, the way the road seemed to open up for him. He hated traffic, but when all the lights are green, you can slide through the universe like a spirit without a body. Then things started to go wrong, and he had to spend a lot of money trying to fix them. So I guess that's the sort of the start of the book and the start of the kind of the generating kind of issue that drives Joe to sort of investigate what happened to his father, whether it might have been suicide or whether it was just a kind of whether it was an accident or whether it was sort of something in between. Yeah.
It really felt accident to me for a long time, like reading it. It just fitted his personality. And then in Liam's book, the character Sasha also died of suicide, but there was no doubt. Like, you've got a line in there saying that the people that knew Sasha's father were not at all surprised that he died that way. But these losses in their childhood really had a huge impact on both Sasha and Joe. Do you both want to share why you chose these storylines? Do you want to go first, Liam?
Sure. Well, to take it back to something Miles touched on earlier about how, I guess, for lack of a better word, hippie communities, like alternative, intentional communities, which often have the best intentions, often have a very dark side. And I think that's perhaps an organic consequence of people who are wounded and have something like some deep psychic hurt that they're trying to fix, moving into a situation where maybe the money's worth a little more and maybe the consequences are a little less. Because suddenly you're playing with, real damage from your childhood, but in a situation where life has, and currency has all the consequence of monopoly money. And so I wanted to take those things, these kind of life, like these crippling traumas, that while you're at the heart of them, you can't look around, and then take them into a place where you are allowed to indulge in your worst behaviours. I wanted to examine that there's some, in the same way that Miles was playing with genre, and like looking into the future a little bit, I wanted to play with genre because the book Sweetness and Light is in many ways, it's a horror story. It is Sweetness. Sweetness and Light is Eat, Pray, Love reimagined as a horror story, you know, where if you take that intersectional lens just a little bit and turn it, then the journey sort of becomes quite horrific, and because it allows the worst behaviors of people to thrive. So that's a lot of preamble to say that the suicide is, you know, I've seen more than I would like to in my own time, and the damage it can leave to you when you lose a parent in that way, or a very close loved one. It leaves a wound which can be, I guess, exploited, you know, later on. It sets you up for a lifetime of making poor choices, which both of my main characters, Sasha, an American woman, and Connor, an Australian working class bloke, both have traumas that sort of justify any of the behaviour that they justify to themselves, that the country that they moved to allows them to indulge in. So the reason why I chose that particular trauma was because I wanted to set up a character that is hurt but sympathetic and makes poor choices, but you understand why she's making those poor choices, which is a luxury when you write fiction, to help you understand the poor choices you made in your own life later on, and then try and hoist it onto a public. So thank you for persevering.
So I got Trent Dalton shouting in my ear here.
Yeah, it's really hard to hear.
Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Yeah, I was going around interviewing a bunch of my old, my dad's old friends, and one of them told me something that I hadn't known before, and he talked about when my dad had this kind of strange limp, and I'd never known about this limp, but I had noticed that my dad used to trip over things. My dad had been dead for quite a while, for a decade or so, but I remember he used to always trip over things and you know, swear really angrily. And it was only when I spoke to one of his friends that I'd realised he'd actually tried to kill himself many years earlier after a heartbreak, and he'd sort of drunk himself into a stupor and taken a lot of pills and passed out on his leg, and cut off the circulation in his leg, and so that he'd actually had to walk with a caliper for quite a few months. This is before I was born. And so he could never properly lift his foot. And he'd never told me that story. I'd never noticed that he had a limp, but I realised that when he was swearing at me as a child, that it was actually because of this thing that he tried to do. So there was, I guess, this element of suicide as a possibility, I realised, had been in his life all along. Well, maybe not all along, but I also subsequently learned there was another occasion when he was much younger, and so I just extrapolated from what I had with my own father, and imagined just a little bit further that he had gone and done that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also finding it hard to hear every single word because of Dalton's stage is quite loud. So sorry if I miss key things.
Yeah,
that you've
no
said.
worries. Should we talk? Do you need us to talk louder? Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
But everyone can hear, can't they? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. So you really did lean a lot into your family experience and your father's experience then with this book.
Yeah,
There's a few references there.
Certainly in the first, the book's divided into a few sections, but certainly in the first section I drew a lot from the research I did. You know, like I thought, well, I could go interview my dad's friends and I could sort of base this book on that. And even if the book is no good, then at least I've had this experience, and, you know, and I've found out a bunch of stuff that I didn't know, so it wouldn't be an entire waste of time. And so it was a really good experience. It was a fantastic experience, sort of travelling around the country and, yeah, meeting old hippies and, yeah, talking about the 70s. It was awesome, yeah.
Did you get good feedback from them after they read the book, or you don't think they all read it?
Yeah, I've had some lovely feedback actually, and there's one particular guy who I in some ways based one of the main characters on, who's alive and living in Ballina, and a beautiful guy, you know, and he was there in the ashram in the late 70s, mid to late 70s, and you know, he still really counts that experience as truly an extraordinary one. And we had some sort of debates about how the book should play out, and he disagreed about certain things that I did.
Yeah.
And I really had to sort of take them on board and think about whether I needed to change the book to suit what he felt the book should do. But I had to also trust the enormous amount of research I'd done, speaking to a lot of other people, and also reading an enormous amount of accounts of people's time in the ashram, and I had to sort of back myself in, and I had to say to him, look, I totally accept that you think that what happens here is not something that would have happened, but I sort of stand by the fact that I think it could have. It didn't happen, but it could easily have happened. And I think that kind of little fictional twist, which is like it could have, which is sort of like the basis of most fiction, you know, just that little deviation from reality, as long as it's sort of grounded in the kind of truthfulness is sort of what the job is.
Yeah.
And he's obviously not a fiction writer, and he was really fantastically supportive of me being able to, you know, to do that, even though he disagreed in some ways. He gave me his blessing, which was incredibly important. Yeah, it would have been a failure, I think, if I'd really let him down. Yeah.
You both got to do little travels, didn't you, to write your books? So that's pretty good.
That's like one of the few perks, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much the only one.
If you can get them, especially during COVID. Yeah. So how long did you spend in India writing the 2 books?
I was 3 months writing a book before this, but while I was there, I had a experience that kind of stuck in my craw. One of the guys I was in residence with in Bengaluru was a French guy French Tamil guy who lived in a place called Auroville. Has anyone ever been there? Yeah? No, you've heard of it? Oh, okay, there we go. So it's basically, I guess it started as an ashram in the 60s, and at some point they purchased land off the newly independent Tamil government, and so it's an independent city-state run by hippies in the south of India, with their own laws and their own police and their own kind of way of doing things. It's an extraordinary place to be. Like, over time, it's kind of lost. It was started as a sort of like a transcendental Hindu yogic sort of thing with Sri Aurobindo, like a guru who was very popular in France. But over time, it's kind of lost its religious mojo. The mojo's not working. And so now it's just kind of a place where anything goes. There's a lot of really cool sort of like spiritual and, land reclamation and like agriculture stuff happening, but also just a lot of really seedy hippie behavior. And I realized, I was raised by hippies and sort of countercultural types. And if there's one thing I know for certain, something my uncle, who was a punk, once said to me, was that punks are bad people, punks are good people pretending to be bad people, and hippies are bad people pretending to be good people. And it's very true, I think, in some places and some hippies. And in Auroville, when I was there was kind of a sex touristy side to it that kind of was quite exploitative and quite quite underhanded and sort of evil, but no one was going to do anything about it because it was no one's job to do anything about it. You know, the sort of free love ethos was maintained, and that incident, like, something about that just rankled with me. And you know, I didn't fix it either. To be fair, I just left the country and went back to my little life. But it stayed with me, and the heart of that became sort of the twist at the end of this book, which I can't really talk about without spoiling anything. So that stayed with me, and then I went away and started writing the book. And then once I had a draft, I went back for another couple of months and just kind of crashed on friends' couches and, like, you know, just wrote it on there. Just made myself insufferable, and sort of trailed around from the west down to the south just to get the little details right. Which I think I did. You know, I think that's an important part of writing, is to, you know, they call it sensitivity reading is the buzzword these days.
What is?
Sensitivity reading, the idea of that if you're writing about something outside your own experience, culture, or point of view, you get someone to read it, you know. I mean, that's just good practice. That's called doing your research, amongst other things. And so I wanted to make sure I got all the little, when I was writing about a country that's on my own, I wanted to get all the little details right, so I had to make sure I was in the places. And then I gave it to writer friends from those places and cultures to make sure that I'd gotten it as close as I could.
Okay.
And they were like, this is fine, but like every Indian writer who read the book, there's a long sort of subplot about an Australian working class bloke who wants to be an Olympic swimmer, and he swims and he swims and he swims, and he's got a dream, and Ian Thorpe's posters up on the wall. It's a whole chunk of the book. And every Indian writer I gave it to were like, we love the book, except for the swimming stuff. The swimming is really boring, and you should cut that. And like, you don't understand, that's all we got. I mean, you've got the Mahabharata and the Taj Mahal, but you know, in suburban Melbourne, I've got this one guy who can swim very fast. And so, you know, to answer your question, I was there for about...
No, it did, and it sort of leads into some things I wanted to talk about as well.
Of course.
Like, it's interesting here that you got sensitivity readers. I mean, yesterday was International Women's Day. So
Solidarity.
Yeah, so, you know, for a lot of us during this week, we don't just think about the theme, which was about, you know, ending the bias, but International Women's Day has also... It's a time when themes such as sexual assault, abuse, coercion sort of comes up into the public eye a lot more. Yesterday on stage, a friend of mine disclosed a sexual assault while she was working in the police force. So, you know, I was giving her some support yesterday, and these things happen. So looking at your book, you know, these themes are in there as well. So, I mean, like, you've got the antagonist, Connor, who's white Australian, who frankly preys on women. You know, he's a predator. He's not very appealing, and he's quite unpleasant and egotistical, and he preys on women. So he doesn't have much luck with younger women. He's getting older, so but with older women, he will try coercion, or he'll drink spike, get them drunk, and then rapes them or sexually assaults them. Like, a lot of times it's not mutual there. And then for those that haven't read it, he then will rob them. He'll steal, you know, this will go on for a couple of days, the behaviour, and then on the last night he'll steal all their things, and then he takes photos of their passport and documents and hands that on to a criminal gang, who then wipes out the women's accounts, the white women. And in the ashram, you know, you've already talked a little bit about it, where the ashram run by a French woman, white woman, and really there's no rules in there, and there's white Europeans and Americans in there, and we're seeing hints of sexual assault of children, rape, children are disappearing. So there's all these dark things going on, which you've alluded to. But something that didn't sit right with me is that globally, there's a lot of voices now. There's a lot of movements saying, hey, we're not taking this anymore. Even in India, where we're seeing women take to the streets with sticks in their hands, you know, hitting police officers. People are speaking up. But within your book, there was no one speaking up after these horrible things that Connor did to the women. There was no mention in there of these social change movements. And there was no condemnation or justice or any of these sort of things. And it got me thinking about, and also for Indian women, they were both Indian and white women sort of had no agency in the book. And that sort of got me thinking a little bit in that as writers, when we broach these subjects, and they're important subjects and they can create conversations, but what sort of responsibility do we have if we're putting this matter out there? You know, how do we contribute to the conversation? Whereas I don't feel like you contributed to the conversation. You let Connor walk free, and there was no justice and condemnation, nothing. So was this conscious? Like you wanted no justice?
Well, whew.
Sorry, but you know. Excuse me.
No.
No, here's
No.
question now.
No, these are-
We're having a conversation about sexual abuse of children, excuse me, and adults.
These are excellent questions, and thank you for the questions. I'll just try and respond in order. Well, was it conscious that he goes unpunished? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
As I said earlier, it is a horror story. It is an intersectional horror story about how a terrible man can do terrible things and get away with it, not just because societal paradigms are in place that let him get away with it, but because he doesn't see what he does as so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one thinks they're the bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone thinks they are, everyone thinks they're the hero of the story.
Yes.
You know? Which explains much why the world is the way it is now. Connor is a sexual predator. He doesn't, if I can push back gently on the narrative, he doesn't drink Spike, but he does prey on lonely people and rob them after seducing them.
Yeah.
Which is not behaviour I condone,
And
obviously.
sometimes it's not seducing, it's drink spiking and things like that, yeah.
In the context of the book, he is a terrible man. But when we meet him, when we first meet him, he is irredeemable. But then as you explore his backstory, you learn that he too is a survivor of sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so the behaviours that he, you know, without going too deeply into my own backstory, you know, sexual encounters that you have when you're very young, far too young, that you at the time you view as positive or fun, can be incredibly damaging. You know, because you don't realise that you're being groomed at the time.
Yeah.
And then later on, as you go through life, you know, unless you get a bunch of therapy, or better, you pay people to buy books in which you nut out your therapy, you know, those behaviours can recur and come out in all sorts of damaging ways. So he kind of is a villain, but within his own point of view, he doesn't think too deeply about what he's doing because he sees himself as the victim all through his life, even though in the sort of intersectional power dynamics, he has all the power, you know, because he's poor and damaged, and you know, he's from a very he's very low on the ladder in small town Australia where he grows up.
Mm-hmm.
When he moves himself into a location and a time and finds a way where he can find people who are intersectionally more disadvantaged than him that he can prey on, he still doesn't see it that way. He just sees himself as surviving, which I think is a very insidious type of evil that like it's sort of a toxically masculine character trait that runs very deep at the heart of Australian society. And I want to interrogate that through the character of Connor. Sasha, you know, she has her own problems, but each of them have their own damage and neurosis.
Yeah.
And they're complementary in the worst way. I mean, we've all been in a relationship that's, you know, you meet the wrong person at the right time, you know, and you mesh together in the worst possible way, like a immune system and a coronavirus, for example.
Yeah.
And, you know, So when we meet both characters, they're at that time of their life where they're ready for some sort of grand change, or at least Sasha is, and Connor is ready to just keep being a schmuck, you know, and an antagonist and a villain.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're a hammer, the whole world begins to look like a nail. So his motivations are that sophisticated and that blunt. Does that answer the question at all?
Yeah, and it sounds like you really have thought about it. Like, from what I'm seeing in interviews, no one's asked this question of you. So, and you've had an answer, which I think is great.
Oh, you know, it's not just words in the book.
Yeah,
I tried to think about it a little as I went.
If we're going to put these hard things in our books, we have to be ready to talk about them.
Yeah. Well, if I was going to write a book interrogating power structures in a tourist paradigm, and bring in gender and race and power and crime and all of these things. I mean, you have some responsibility to think as deeply as you can. And I've never been accused of being a particularly deep thinker, but I do have a lot of time on my hands. So I did I did my best.
Yeah, no, it's good. Thank you for having that conversation.
Thank you for having that conversation.
So the session is titled Searching for Redemption. What do you both think about the word redemption in relation to your books? We'll go to you first.
Yeah, look, it's probably not a word that I thought about at all during writing the book. It's sort of it's a very Christian word, I suppose. It sort of implies a kind of release from sin, I think. And I think I was probably more interested in the Buddhist idea of realization, you know, which is the idea that everything you need is already present. You already have it. So I think it's not a word necessarily that the characters, I think, would use to describe what they're doing. But there is, I suppose that right in the final section there are very meagre attempts to make some recompense for sort of bad decisions, just kind of ordinary bad decisions that people make as parents, I suppose.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a book that's very much about failed fathers in particular. Yeah, failed parental models and a failure of that connection that is then transferred from one generation to the other. So I suppose in a certain sense, we all have a kind of role in, especially if we're like procreating, redeeming some of the failures of the previous generation, and I suppose that's in some ways what you're doing when you're having kids and trying to bring them into the world is a kind of a small act of redemption potentially.
Good. Do you see the word in your book?
Redemption?
Yeah.
Not as such.
Yeah.
There's very little redemption in my book. Sweetness and Light is something of an ironic title. I don't know if you get the impression that I'm an optimist. I tend to have a pretty dour worldview, but I feel like the past couple of years have proved me right. I did want to play with the idea of redemption as a character arc. There is, towards the end of the book, there are a few twists which I won't go into too much. But we're trained when we're reading or watching a movie to even if a character is no good, your anti-hero, I guess, we're trained to believe that they're going to come through and change. That's what we look for in a book. We look for someone to get better or to learn something about themselves and thereby teach us something about ourselves in reading. That's what we read novels for. And so I wanted to play with that idea that maybe someone can't change, or maybe someone doesn't try hard enough, or someone reaches for a moment of redemption and enlightenment and misses, and the consequences that has echoing through the rest of the story. So that's the closest my book comes to redemption.
Yeah.
The next one there'll be redemption, I promise. Yeah.
But remember I said I found that archaic meaning of redemption, which means to buy one's own freedom? I think that fits.
I mean, perfectly.
Yeah, perfectly. We won't give the end away. But
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, one freedom, please.
Yep. So we're popping into question time now, and then we'll do the book signings and everything. So has anyone got a question? The mic's in the middle there. Come on, be brave. They're both interesting books. I'm sure you can think of something to ask. Oh, there we are.
Thank you, first of all, Miles and Liam, and thank you for revealing why I'm a hippie. That was very enlightening. I guess to ask you both, back to when you first said in the West to go on a holiday or go to an ashram to try and heal or actualize, from both of your research and writing, what have you found is the source of that and the continual motivation for seeking improvement of the self? And yeah, that's the question.
Well, I think it's a very enticing promise. You know, the promise of transformation, and I don't know. I guess that that time in the 70s, I think, was quite different to now. Like the more to leave Australia in the 70s was a big financial ask. There, Lonely Planet, was born in 1972 as a zine, basically. So you were basically doing it on your own. There weren't guest houses in the way, or whatever, Airbnb or tours in the way that there are now. So that that impulse, which was very much about getting out of the kind of white suburban, speaking from an Australian perspective, the white suburban Australian kind of mundanity was incredibly powerful. And I think it was one of, it was a really eye-opening experience for people to see another culture, to see the kind of, the arbitrariness of their own reality. So I think that's still, that kind of seed is still live, even though, as kind of Liam's book shows, it has fettered, maybe, that whole self-actualization movement, I guess, the human potential movement, which sort of rose in the 60s as a response to kind of, in a certain sense, as a response to what they saw as Freud's overly pessimistic idea of psychology, which was basically to turn neurosis into ordinary unhappiness. The human potential movement took the idea that humans have incredible resources and incredible room to live lives of fulfillment and happiness and creativity. And so they took certain psychological ideas and they melded them with certain things from kind of Eastern philosophy, I suppose, Eastern religion. And they were, in the 70s, quite radical, pretty kind of, there were not very many kind of checks and balances on what was being done. And there were a lot of mistakes being made. And the health and safety regulations were pretty slack. But there was still, I think, a really radical impulse to live a kind of fuller life. That kind of self-actualizing project, I think, is one that's also been easily co-opted as the years go by capitalism. It's a certain that kind of the perfection of the self or the perfection of the life, the perfectibility of one's own life is. And I don't know if any of you were here yesterday and heard Amir Srinivasan talking about this idea that this deeply problematic idea that that a life is something that we can sort of perfect like a commodity. So I think that whole project has fed into like a really corporate idea of the self. But at its heart, I think there are real, there's a real an energy, and a worthwhile challenge. So I guess that's my answer.
We've got another question here. Did you want to add to that, Liam, or can we go to the next question? What would you like?
No, I think that's much better than anything I can say. Let's move on.
I'm sure you could. We'll go to the next question then.
I think I was there. I think. I didn't go to India myself, but I certainly knew lots of people who did. And I know people who since then have had an ongoing relationship with India, who go back, people who teach yoga, people for whom that was a really important and positive experience. So I think that's dead right. When you speak, I feel so ancient because it sounds like you're speaking, a different time, different country. Is there an equivalent today? And if so, what is it?
TikTok, I think. This is a very sideways answer to that question, but to add to Miles's point, that spiritual improvement, self-actualization has been corporatized to a great extent. I mean, we live in an age where I guess the overriding sort of ethos in religion is money, is accumulation of capital. And to the point where it is sort of, there's a religious fervor to it in many walks of life and many ways of being, which is fine. I like money too. If you want to give me money, that's fine. But it is all consuming, in the same way that, like, look at when one religion subsumes another. For example, when the conquistadors went into South America, they would build Catholic churches on the site of previous sites of worship and subsume local deities into various saints, is a way to make the thing palatable. Capitalism does the same with all manner of religious traditions today. Look at at some point yoga went from an ancient Ayurvedic practice to something my parents did out of a book in a stinky room in suburban Melbourne to cardio attack yoga that comes free with my gym membership. I mean, they're all iterations on a theme, but what is it evolving towards? Where is the spiritual, where is the sort of corporatized spiritual organization that we can march towards? Is one, maybe Wikipedia? I don't know. I'm cynical that there's nothing that capitalism can't eat. I mean, International Women's Day yesterday, which started as a communist initiative, like a communist feminist initiative, but has since been hijacked by
capitalism. Yeah.
Well, like a digital marketing company in London who have since trademarked International Women's Day and Google bombed it so that when you search for it, that's what comes up first. Yeah. There's nothing that capitalism can't eat. So I don't actually have an answer except please buy my books.
No, I think that's really good. and that's a really good point too, but where we are right now is a sacred site. We're actually sitting here on a sacred site and see the inclines. They dug into this sacred site to this level and built all the colonist buildings that we can see around us. So yeah, capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, like, this is sort of stepping a little bit further away from the question again, but the relationship between cults and capitalism is kind of interesting. And I was reading this, just read this little quote by Walter Benjamin, like, recently, where he said that capitalism is the celebration of a cult without dream and without mercy, by which I think he means partly that capitalism is like a party that you can't leave. You're actually never allowed to leave the party. And we've seen, like this party's been going on for quite a few hundred years, and we have totally trashed the place, but no one's allowed to go home, you know? So I think there's a sense in which, for instance, some people like to point at cults and look at the way that they have failed from a position of quite comfortable complacency in the midst of their own cult, you know, because it's not difficult to see capitalism as, in a sense, its own kind of death cult, you know, one that is literally driving, well, not literally, metaphorically driving towards the cliff, and in which we all have a kind of unquestionable faith in this thing called economic growth.
Excellent. We've got about 3 minutes. I reckon we can fit in another question.
Okay, I was just going to ask, having been to India a number of times, it's like a kaleidoscope. It's like if you were going to go to, when you go to India, it's the only place you really feel as though you're actually on another planet. But at the edges of it, as I guess you describe in your book, there are really elements which are out of your experience, in the sense that you see a level of richness and wealth which is obscene, and you see levels of poverty where people really have very little opportunity to do other than absolutely survive at the bottom level. How do you think, you know, the way India is organised as a society, and how that complexity operates affected the way you've put your books together?
I'm very aware that we're just like two white guys talking about India. Why don't you have a go?
You know, I mean, there is a vast gulf between visible poverty and extreme wealth in India. But happily, the way Australia is being governed, we will have that here soon too. So that's something to look forward to. You know, I don't, you know, as a white guy with 2 minutes on the clock, I don't think I'm qualified to, you know, go into issues of class and caste and race and, you know, conquered kingdoms and whatnot. I was just trying to buy time for Miles, yeah.
No, okay, thanks. Yeah, it's a really rich, difficult question. I mean, obviously for both of us, it held such a, you know, it held so much. You know, it's such a rich place, and even to talk about India is sort of ridiculous because there are so many different parts of India and different languages, and but it's also something, I suppose, that Australians have a kind of weird connection to, even if it's a kind of imaginary one that is continuing. You know, it's a continuing connection, a continuing conversation, I suppose, between the two cultures.
Thank you. And we've come to the end already, and no one cried, so that's good.
There's still time.
The tissues are here, it's all right. Thank you, everybody, for coming to listen to this session. Miles and Liam will be at the signing table over there soon, that you can line up and get your book signed. If you don't have any of the books, the tent, but also check out previous books too. Thank you both for coming and talking.
Thank you, Karen. A lot.
Thank you, Karen.
And thank you all for coming.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Fantastic to be here for my fourth session at Adelaide Writers' Week. It's been such a glorious week so far for me. You know, we are up against, you might know on the stage behind me, Grace Tame, so it's some competition that we're facing with this session. So thanks very much for coming along. The issue we are about to discuss today is of such importance to all of us. I'd like to acknowledge the land that we meet on today as the traditional land for the Kaurna people. We respect, of course, their spiritual relationship with their country, and we acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide Plains region, and their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to living Kaurna people today. You know, it's been 10 years since the landmark Gonski Review found that Australian schools were inequitable in the provision of education, and that if we wanted to improve overall learning outcomes for pupils, we really needed to address this essential inequity. So what has happened in that 10 years since? Not enough is clearly the answer. And what makes for good and equal education? How is Australia performing compared to other countries? Why are so many teachers so demoralised and leaving the profession or on the verge of doing so? Our two writers today have contributed their thoughts on these questions for the current edition of the Griffith Review, Learning Curves. It's available for sale over in the bookstore. I'm looking forward to this chat. As I said, such an important topic. We'll be taking your questions at the end of the session. There's the microphone in the middle. So look forward to those when they come. And as I say, Gabby's got some books. They may also be available in the bookstore. Check it out after the session. Let me introduce our two writers. Pasi Sahlberg on the far left is Professor of Education Policy and Research Director at the Gonski Institute for Education and at the University of New South Wales, although I think that's now, in fact, an outdated title.
It will be on Monday.
Will be on Monday, okay. It's accurate as of now, anyway. He's a Finnish educator, scholar, author who's worked as a mathematics and science teacher, educator, researcher and policy advisor in Finland, and held various leadership positions at the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture. And Gabby Stroud. Gabby is a, yes, by all means.
I need no introduction.
A primary school teacher from 1999 to 2015. She's now a freelance writer. Her debut novel, Measuring Up, was published by Scribe back in 2009. I've read her memoir, Teacher, which was published in 2018, and I highly recommend it. It's a moving account of being a teacher and leaving teaching. And I just heard she's currently at work on her next novel, about to get some of the editing back from her publisher, so good luck with that. So I've read both of your articles in the Griffith Review, and it is so weird. Both of you choose the same analogy to describe the problems that you see with teaching and with the education system, and that analogy is an over-decorated Christmas tree. Gabby, what did you mean when you use that analogy?
Well, from a teacher's perspective, there's so much that has been crammed into education. Not just our overcrowded curriculum, but all the demands that are placed on teachers and schools these days. I am so nervous. I have dry mouth because I'm sitting next to this man. I'll just try to calm down. If you hear a noise, it's my heartbeat.
Feel free to get a glass of water if you need.
Look, I need a glass of wine is what's needed now.
Don't we all?
But when I use that metaphor of the Christmas tree, I was thinking of my beautiful little Soph, who, when she was little, decorated the heck out of the one branch of the Christmas tree she could reach when she was, about 3 years old. And I thought, thank goodness she's not taller, because that whole thing would just fall down with the weight of all the decorations that she had put just on that one branch. And that's what it feels like in schools these days. There's just too many decorations, and like a decoration, they're not necessary. They're things we choose to add on, and they should be chosen to add on to enhance and bring out the beauty of the tree, or to bring out the beauty and the joy of the learning in a school system. But what's happening is our tree, our system, is just groaning under the weight of all the add-ons, and it's about to topple.
Passy, you used the same analogy. What did you mean?
Yeah, first of all, I must say that this was not planned, kind of an interesting coincidence that we both use the same thing. But Gabby is looking at education from like a micro level. You're looking at the teacher and the school, what happens, which is probably the most important thing. But my focus in my work, and certainly in this essay, is to look at the system and the systems design. Just like you said, that when I look at the Australian education system, or systems actually, we don't have one system here, it looks pretty much like a Christmas tree, that there's a lot of beautiful decorations, that they all may be important and make sense. But when there's too much of those things decorated around this system, what happens is that we don't see these two basic things that we should see in any system: the function and the purpose. And I'm saying this as somebody who I spent most of my life in Finland. I was born in Finland, I went to school there, and I was teaching there many years. And I know the Finnish education system upside down. And people often ask me that, so if the education system in Finland is not like a Christmas tree, as it should be, because we have a lot of Christmas trees in Finland in a Christmas time. And I often say that if I had to think about something that reminds me of the Finnish education system, it's probably one of the most beautiful buildings in the world that I can imagine. That is the Sydney Opera House. Because Sydney Opera House is a good example of a clean, simple idea where the purpose and function are visible. So that's why I talk about the Christmas tree analogy as well.
One of the questions one gets asked when you make the decision to send your kids to school for the first time is, what school did you choose? You got asked that question when you came to Australia from Finland. You said at the time your boys attend the local school. You said you didn't need any evidence to know that the local primary school down the road, the local public school, was going to be the best option for children. Yet, in Australia, parents agonise over this choice. Do they send their kids to the local school? Do they go for the Montessori school or the Steiner school? Do they go for the expensive private school? Are parents making this more complicated than it needs to be, this decision?
I think it's not parents, it's a system, it's the politicians and the system designers and leaders who want us parents to behave like this. And I live here in this beautiful country with my wife and 2 primary school children. And I can tell you that there's a world of difference to live in a place where the government thinks like this, that it's my responsibility to find a good school for my children, whereas back home, it was the automatic, just like you said, Paul, that everyone back home in Finland thinks that the neighborhood nearest school is a good enough school for each and every child and parent. And it's a very different way of living when you don't need to worry about these things. But, it's true that people, 4 years ago when we arrived here, the people were often asking, my colleagues included, that which school did you choose for your children? And I said, just like you said, Paul, that the neighborhood public school. And then some people said, that, how can you do anything like that to your own children? And I said, I do what any academic would do to do a social experiment on my own children and send it to a Sydney public school and then write a book about that and see what happens. But I really do think that the nearest school, the neighborhood school, should be the good enough school for each and every child. And this is exactly what we do.
Gabby, you repeat a few lines throughout your essay. Such great pay and all those holidays. Plus, you only have to work from 9 to 3. That, you say, is the perception many people have of teaching. How widespread do you think that perception is? And do you really think people think that, teaching's an easy way to make a living? Or that some people think that anyway?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to suggest that I know what everyone's thinking. However, that is, it's the current paradigm that we're sitting within. And you're right, Pasi, like we've been positioned that way. Like policy and politicians have positioned parents to think as consumers and to consider our education, the education of their child as a, as a something they're purchasing or investing in, and they should shop around like they're looking for insurance. And I think that this thought process, this collective paradigm of such great pay and all those holidays, it sort of hangs overhead. It's in the atmosphere in terms of how we're thinking about education in Australia. And that's, for me, I want to see policy change and I want to see system change, but I also want to see a change in the way we think about our schools and education and the work that teachers do.
And at the moment, do you think, how would you say that the, average Australian regards teachers? I mean, in other places in Scandinavia, we are told often how in high regard teachers are. What would your take be of Australian attitudes?
I think there's a funny feeling in Australia that because we all went to school, we know how to be a teacher. And that's a really faulty way of thinking about the work that a teacher does. And I think too, it's about what we value as well. And there's a lot of value placed on in our country at this point in time, how well our economy is doing and things like that. And so the work of teachers isn't really recognised as contributing to that piece of value. And so it doesn't get the, let's say, respect and attention and thoughtfulness that it deserves. To which I always want to say, well, we have other languages of value. The economy doesn't always have to be our language of value. Let's talk about our well-being as a measure of value if we have to measure. Or let's talk about our peacefulness or how well we treat our most vulnerable. These could all be ways that we talk about and think about how well we're going in this country. But also too, the thing that's most misunderstood about education, I'm losing the nerves now, you can feel it, can't you? I'm like on the soapbox. The thing about education is, now I've lost my train of thought, but it comes back, it loops around. And you spoke on it earlier in a panel today, Paul, about policy drift. And that is that if we get our institutions right, the good results from the economy will follow. And I wrote it down because I thought, if we are getting our education right, we're going to be producing students who come out of school thinking, it's great to live in this country and I want to contribute and I want to be part of its ongoing success. What we seem to be doing at the moment is treating them like sausage meat, going into the sausage factory and pushing them out through the other side. To which, kids are so smart, aren't they? All these senior students in high school looking at HSC or VCE or whatever it is here in South Australia, sort of going, well, that doesn't matter because I know there's multiple pathways to the job I want to do. So I have forgotten the question, but that is my response to it.
No problem. It's a good response.
Thank you.
Pasi, the Australian education system used to be highly ranked internationally, not long ago actually, but that's really no longer the case according to various measurements. What has changed? Why have we fallen?
Yeah, it's true. If I go back in my own working life, about 15 years, I was working in Finland that time, and many of us, we were looking at Australia, New Zealand, and some other countries as an inspiration, as education nations where the good things going on there. And just like you said, Paul, that it's it's not so much anymore. Very few people internationally overseas are actually curious about what's happening here because of the, everybody's learned who works in education that Australia is not doing that well in the international comparisons anymore. And I think that most people have heard that we are leading the wealthy part of the world in one thing, which is not good news, and it's this the widespread inequality that we have in our education system that used to be very differently 15, 20 years ago. So I think that Australia has really lost two important aspects of its education performance, and one is the actual academic results as they are measured, and I have to emphasize that there are many other things that kids should learn in the school than numeracy and literacy, but those are the things that are measured. So we are not doing that well at all anymore in those areas. And the other one is that people have learned that we have a school system that has a group of extremely innovative and inspiring and great schools where some of the kids go, and then we have a lot of schools and communities where the schools are not taken care of that well. And that these disparities that we have in this country are very well known internationally as well. And many people, when they think about a world-class education system as this state is kind of looking towards, that there has to be these two things: the quality of learning outcomes for all the children, and equity. That means that the students learning in school doesn't depend that much on where they come from or who these kids are. And those are the things that we need to really focus on.
And we have seen an increased segregation in schooling in Australia. So as more people have moved from the public system to the independent or private system, and within that private system we know there are a number of high fee charging elite schools that only members of a wealthier class can get their children into. We have this phenomenon in Australia now where there are kids who are basically mixing not across classes in Australia, but they're mixing with other people, wealthy people. What's been the effect of that segregation of schooling? And are we seeing an acceleration of that in Australia?
Well, the consequence is exactly what you said earlier, Paul, that we are not anymore what Australia used to be in these international comparisons. That when and this is what we do more than any other wealthy country in the world, that we are sending higher proportion of our disadvantaged children to schools where most of the kids are disadvantaged. And everybody knows that that's a bad idea. We don't need to have much of research to show that when that happens, that when most of the kids disadvantaged kids are going to disadvantaged schools, it's very difficult to run a system that would be of high quality and high equity. So that has been kind of an inconvenient trend here in this country during the last 15, 20 years. As long as we have been driven by this obsession of competition and choice, that education works as a marketplace. And again, there are many positive things in our education system here in Australia, really many. But one of those things that we need to rethink if we want to be where we used to be 15, 20 years ago is to ask that is this marketization, seeing education system as a marketplace. And you were talking about putting parents and people in a situation where you have to go and purchase, shop around to find a good school for yourself. If we continue in this way, it's going to be very difficult to become a world-class system. But again, there are a lot of strengths and a lot of good ideas going on there, and we should build on those.
Yeah.
Paul, can I ask Pasi about that? Because I did a call out to teachers before I did this panel and said, you get an hour with this guy, what would you ask? And the big thing that we want to know is then, because as teachers, we see that, if you put every teacher in Australia here, standing ovation, spot on, bang on, that's what we need. But how do we get that? Like, when you arrived in Australia and came to Australia, I breathed a sigh of relief. I was like, oh, he's going to save us, He's going to come in and implement changes. Like, they'll have to listen to him. They may not listen to Gabby Stroud, who wrote a book, but this guy has done the work and has this remarkable history behind him. And sad to say, you've been here a while, and I'm not seeing the changes, no pressure. But what I want to know, and I think what every teacher wants to know, is how do we get that change? And I think in your essay you write about the construction of the Opera House, and I wonder if what's something that's also misunderstood about education is so much of it are just constructs. They're just things someone made up and said, we'll do it this way. And then when you try to deconstruct it, people are up in arms. You know, if you say, well, we'll just not do NAPLAN. What? But it's NAPLAN. Yep, someone just thought it up. We can unthink it. Do we need to convince them of this new construct and this new way of doing things? Or do we just forge ahead and build it like the Opera House, and then everyone will marvel and go, oh, it's so simple in its design and yet so beautiful? How do we get to that clean and effective school system? And how do teachers place their voice there to make that happen? Sorry,
There you
Paul.
go, Passy.
Yeah,
There's
good.
a question for you.
Very easy. Can I ask, how many of you are teachers, actually, right now? How many of you have a child who is a teacher? Some of you. Are there any students in the room? Wonderful, thanks. Students, thanks for coming. But you know, my answer is very brief. Just read the title of this panel, Taking Down the Decorations. I think that this is exactly what we need to do. You know, the handicap, and this is not the only Australian ways, it's an international, global phenomenon, is that when the politicians are taking the office and looking at the education systems, often in trouble. You know, there are no education systems around the world that would be in extremely good shape, including Finland. You know, Finnish system has many issues there. When they don't know what to do, what they do is that they put just a few more decorations in this Christmas tree. And what we should be doing is exactly this. You know, take away some of these decorations. That will be a bold, brave thing in this country to do. You know, as a first thing, when you're going to have a new government in a couple of weeks' time, hopefully, or maybe the old one, I don't know. I'm not involved in this politics here. But you know, one thing that you can advise these people to do is to, rather than think about what to do next, is to help them to see what to stop doing next. Like, what are some of those decorations
but right
to take
there,
away?
Pazzi, like how? As a teacher, how? How do I do that? How do I get my voice to that politician? Like, I brought my life to ground zero and left the career that I loved and was so good at it and wrote multiple books about it, and I go to events like this and preach to the choir, and yet no minister wants to speak to me. How? How do teachers who should be having a strong voice in this get their voice to the place where it matters?
Can I just add on to that, actually? I mean, is the problem, Passy, that there is an orthodoxy that has been established in Australia that is hard to shake, and it's an orthodoxy around this idea of choice, that we must give parents the ability to choose, and it's also obviously this dual system of state schooling running side by side with independent private schooling, and with generous, it has to be said, public funding going not just to the public schools but also to the private schools. I mean, is there something about that model inherently that makes it difficult to implement the type of change that I'm sure that Gabby would like to see, equity in the system, and also that what you'd like to see?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't make things easier if we continue school funding as we have done so far, giving more money, increasingly more money to the schools that often don't need that, and keeping many of the schools that are, you know, taking care of the disadvantaged and Indigenous and other children heavily underfunded. But again, I belong to those who think that funding money is important, but it's not going to be a solution. So if we think that just spending more on education would make Australian education system better, it doesn't happen. So we need to really think about what type of education we want to, and you know, how to do this. You started, Paul, with the introduction referring to the Konski review that was released exactly 10 years ago. And the main idea of that review was that in this country we need to fund education so that it's based on needs of the schools and communities and individuals. But we are still not doing that. So it's not only about funding, it's about, you know, how we think about...
Yeah. Oh, things are getting a bit loose on the stage next door.
Should we do the same thing?
Gabby, you write, I mean, I don't want to be depressing. We were talking about this beforehand, But you, it has to be said, do write quite depressingly about the lot of teachers today and the attrition rate. People are leaving the profession. Teachers are leaving the profession at an alarming rate, and those who are staying are finding it really hard. They're clinging on by their fingernails. The rates of depression, medicated depression and anxiety among teachers, we know is quite high. What do they tell you about what they find the hardest? Why they are leaving? And you can answer this from your own perspective if you like, because you are one of those teachers that left.
Teachers go into teaching because they want to make a difference. They bring a teacher's heart. Now I'm going to get emotional. They bring a teacher's heart to the job that they're doing, and they stay because of that heart. But what is happening for teachers now is that their hearts are breaking. And it's manifesting in them physically, which is the burnout and the depression and the anxiety. It's manifesting in their families suffering. And it's manifesting in a broader thing about their mental health, this demoralisation, where they realise that their heart may not be big enough for this profession that they always dreamed they'd do right until the very end. And it is a cruel thing that we are asking teachers to have a bigger heart and to stay, for love of the job, when it's harming them and hurting them, because the job has become impossible. And it wouldn't matter how much heart you brought to it, you're just doomed to fail. So that is probably the best way that I can summarise what literally thousands of teachers tell me and confide in me in their messages to me. And they use words like overwhelmed and overworked and too many meetings and too much this and too much this and no room for learning, and I can't remember the last time I delivered a good lesson. They use those words, but ultimately that's what they're telling me, that their hearts are breaking.
You write about the art of teaching, that good teaching is an art, that it comes from the person as well as what they know about teaching. You talk about how teachers are being forced to teach out of subject. So a gifted art teacher, full of passion and full of this ability to inspire a room full of aspiring art students, gets forced to teach maths or English when it's not something that they've got any expertise in. You talk about teachers being forced to teach by a script, that they're literally being given the words to tell their students. All of that must just be terribly demoralising and detract from that art of teaching that you, I know, used to love so much.
So pedagogy, meaning the art and the science of teaching, is the art of it is being wholly neglected in the system that we have right now. And it feels to me like every decoration that gets imposed on our system focuses on the science of teaching. Read from this script, do it this way, and therefore this will occur, we'll get this result. And astonishingly, we don't. We don't get those results. And that is because we're neglecting the art. We're neglecting that space where the teacher fits and they bring their personal knowledge, their personal passion. And all those things like teaching out of subject, the casualisation of the profession, they're all those things that are coming in from that treating education like it's a marketplace and like it's a business. And so all of these things are combining to create this perfect storm that teachers are right in the middle of.
Yeah. So, Pastor, you're about to move to a new job on the coast in New South Wales, and you're going to send your kids to a new school at that new location in Lismore. We were talking before about this. Not a great time to be moving to Lismore. But I was more talking about the type of school that you've chosen to send your kids to. Engagement of students is a big problem at the moment. A lot of kids in school are just not engaged by what they're learning. This is a school that's been set up to try and deal with that. Tell us, because this might give us some ideas about some reform that we could implement system-wide. Tell us about how that school is seeking to address that issue and what we might learn in terms of improving the system.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know exactly how it works because I haven't had any experience about that. But I can say that there are many schools in this state and in your state, Paul, and New South Wales and everywhere that are doing already a lot of work to engage students so that when they come to school that they would come there, they would go to school because there's something interesting going on there. And I don't know if you know, folks, but what happens when the people start schooling at the year 1 or kindy or preschool, that the engagement and real motivation to learn goes down like this. So that by the time when the young people are, I don't know if there's high school kids here, but about 1/3 of the high school students report that they are like fully, seriously engaged in things that happen in the school. 1/3. So 2/3 of the kids in a high school think that, there are some interesting things there, but it's not learning or teaching. And this school and many other schools are trying to turn this around so that the students would feel a little bit more ownership of what they do, that they would have a little bit more agency. And we have to be very careful here because sometimes people, when we speak about student agency, that means that how much the young people can have a say on what happens in the school. Some people understand it in a way that, so you mean that the kids can do whatever they want in the school? Of course not. That there has to be frameworks and there has to be limits. But we also need to make sure that when kids go to school, including my own children, that they feel that, somebody's sometimes asking that, what I'm curious about. What do I need to learn? How do I want to learn these things? If we never do that, it's no wonder that this engagement and motivation will go down. And it's not only this one school, Paul, that you mentioned. I want to underline that there are many schools in Australia. And again, I always try to find a kind of a positivity in this situation. And the positivity here in Australia is that, I told somebody that I've been working in about 60 different countries around the world in education. I've seen maybe tens of thousands of schools during my career. And by far the most interesting, inspiring, innovative schools I've ever seen are in this country. So we have these schools that are able to engage and motivate kids. We have these schools where children go every day, or sometimes 7 days a week, because they feel that the school is a place for them to do something important and curious. So I think what we need to do, and what your next government probably should do, is to make sure that these schools that are already doing wonderful things, and many schools are doing this, would be used as an inspiration for the rest of the system. So that's why I think that we don't need to bring consultants from international, global consulting firms to tell us how to change the education system. We need these consultants to show us how to implement these ideas that already are in the system.
So what are some examples of some of those ideas? I mean, we've all got an idea about what a classroom might look like, and a teacher up the front trying to engage the students and work the way through the curriculum that they're usually told they have to teach. What would a more radical approach and a more successful approach look like? Some examples?
I'm sure that we have some teachers here who are already doing so. I hate to try to be smart and talk about how your work is going on. But one radical thing that people often resist, this idea that why do we need to have subjects in the school? That why do we organize the students' work based on English and mathematics and science and those things? For some people, this is a really radical idea to do at least part of the learning so that we would be learning kind of a real-life events. And this is what many countries, by the way, around the world are now moving towards. That we still learn mathematics and science and English and all those things, but we learn those things within the kind of a context of real life or more interesting global or local problems or challenges, like what's happening in our environment. Just think about Lismore, my next home place. That everything has changed there. So why should we keep on teaching kids things in a classroom as if nothing had happened? We have a war in Europe right now going on. So why the European countries should be studying history and things just like nothing has happened when the war is knocking the door. So we need to have school systems everywhere where, teachers are trusted to decide collectively, You know what type of things, skills and knowledge these kids need. But unfortunately, many of the school systems are so rigid and so much standardized and so much based on compliance that the teachers are not able to do what they would probably do in this situation. So let's loosen up a little bit and trust our teachers here in Australia and many other places more to do the right thing. And I think that many of the schools would be doing exactly these things that I was talking about.
Lots of nodding from you, Gabby, during what Passy was saying. Politicians talk a lot, don't they, by the way, about teacher quality. You hear this said a lot. Is this code for blaming the teachers because the outcomes aren't as good as they should be?
Yes.
Oh, that was easy.
Next question.
Also, teacher well-being, in inverted commas, is a thing. Teachers are being told...
let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that. Teachers being told what they should eat and, how they should look after themselves. Tell us about teacher well-being.
In my essay, I liken it to the stray dog that comes into the playground. And any teacher here who's ever encountered that, been on playground duty and suddenly there's a dog in the playground and everyone's like, there's a dog in the playground. How did that get there? Oh my God. And someone go get a skipping rope to tie it up. And I think it's Jim's dog from down the road. And it's so exciting. But no one knows really where it came from. And it's just hanging around. And that's what teacher wellbeing really feels like right now for teachers. It just suddenly snuck in the back gate and it's hanging around and someone's tied it up and it's here to stay. And it's one of those things that troubles me because it again implies that the problem's with the teachers. And it suggests that if teachers would go and take better care of their well-being, they won't feel so burnt out and demoralised, and it'll be the antidote. So go fix yourselves, teachers. And that's just so troubling, isn't it? That rather than sort of looking at, well, why are teachers leaving the profession and why are they suffering in these particular ways? What's causing it and how could we fix that? We're just sort of band-aiding over it with this teacher wellbeing. Before I wrote the essay, I was at an event and speaking with teachers, and I said to a teacher, I have to write an essay on teacher wellbeing, and she goes, oh, those words make me feel sick. And there it is, it becomes just another decoration, another thing that needs to be done. It's another PD day that's delivered for teachers. It's another box ticked.
Professional development?
Professional development.
Okay,
and it's really not what the problem is. The problem is deeper and bigger and further up the food chain than with the teachers.
So there is, however, I get what you're saying there about teacher wellbeing in inverted commas, but there are genuine problems nonetheless, aren't there, in terms of the mental wellbeing of teachers?
And wellbeing matters. It matters for everyone. Teacher wellbeing, yes, that is important and that matters. Do not get me wrong on that. But it's not the solution to this problem. It's not what the problem is. It's an offshoot. It's a decoration. It's another thing that's going on. But it's not the solution, and it's not the problem we should be trying to solve. When I was writing the essay, you go deep inside your own brain thinking about things, and I started to think about dentists. And I thought, well, they're professionals and they provide an important service to the community. I don't like comparing anything to teachers because teachers are teachers and that's a unique profession, but I just thought about dentists. And I just typed into the search engine, dentists' well-being, just in case that was a thing and dentists were in a crisis that I should maybe know about. And there was nothing. There are no search results for that. There's stuff about dental well-being, the well-being of the patient after they've had dental work, things like that. I think I found one article about the dentists themselves and their well-being. Now, put into the search engine teacher wellbeing, and not only will you find pages and pages of articles about it, but you will find businesses and companies that are going to sell you something to solve this problem. And also, don't get me wrong, I think that those things are quite necessary and have their place. But isn't it an interesting thing? There's a quote that says, we can tell a lot about a word by the company that it keeps. And the fact that teacher and well-being keep getting pushed together shows us that there is a problem deep within this system. But the mistake we keep making is that the problem is with the teachers. We need to look up and go, why is teacher well-being? Why are these words continually being pushed together? What's happening there for that to occur?
Passy, what do you think parents want from schools? Obviously, they want their kids to be able to read and write and all of those basics, but, do we have a clear idea of whether they want anything more than that? Do they expect schools to deliver moral and ethical guidance to their children? What do you think?
Yeah, this is one of those things that I don't know exactly here in Australia what it is. What I do know is that parents probably want different things. It depends on who you talk to. But and as I said, this is one of those areas that I don't have research or information or experience. I can talk a lot about the anecdotal cases about my colleagues and friends, what they say. But one thing I can tell you is that in the Nordic countries, and I hate to make these comparisons, this is nothing to say that one thing is better than the other, but the difference is that in basically all the Nordic countries, if you have this conversation, you ask this question in a family dinner or you have your friends over, vast majority of people would say that the purpose of education, what I want from education, goes far beyond what the education or school will give to my own child. That people see education as a way to build public good and something for the community and beyond the community society, which means that we should be concerned much more than our own children's education. If I'm completely honest, of course, for me, probably the most important thing is my own children's education. But I don't stop there. That I want to keep on thinking and working that how can I make sure that everybody else's children have the same type of feeling or same type of important education. But I think that in this situation where we have been in many ways in this country and many other countries as well led into this point where we have both been talking about that parents feel like this is almost like purchasing a property or a car, that I have to choose like what type of thing I want to have, that people tend to think probably more about their kind of a private good when they think about education, meaning their own children's education only. But in my essay I say that if we can do one thing in this country, this nation, to have better education tomorrow for all of our children, one thing we need to do is to have exactly this conversation. What is education for? What do we think about when we think about education? And this is what you all can do. We can all start from here. Next time when you have friends over or relatives over or you have the community barbecue, whatever you do, try to organize this conversation just for 15 minutes with people and ask this simple question: what is the purpose for schooling? Why do we send kids to school? What do you expect? Just like you said, Paul.
Yeah.
And then have a good conversation. And it's quite all right to disagree. I love to disagree with people because by disagreement I learn more about my own thinking. And this is exactly what we need to do here. Here in Australia, too often we find ourselves in a kind of a war that's either my idea or yours. And then we kind of see that who's the winner who walks out of the room, when we should be having these conversations and see that what can I learn from those people who think differently, and how can we build this common understanding, what is the purpose of education and schooling here? Because without that, we cannot really move too much forward.
You're talking about education as a social good, and I think exactly right. And we know the ability of education in terms of resulting in social mobility, the great opportunities that education gives all of us, the liberation that education provides, the importance, therefore, that it is equitably provided. But you also hear a lot of talk about individual education excellence, and I wonder whether at a government level they see some kind of tension between equity and excellence that I don't know. Is there a view that some hold that equity compromises individual excellence? Is that a view that you've come across as a policymaker, Pascal?
Yeah, there's still these conceptions, particularly among the decision makers, that they kind of either think about excellence, individual excellence of education, or social equity. That means that everybody should have access to this excellence. And you know, if we know one thing from the international research and comparisons, that we know much more now than we did 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, it's exactly this, that we can actually, with the smart ways of thinking about education, we can have both. That we can have more equitable system that is fair, gives a fair go to all children, and at the same time, it elevates the individual excellence. There are still people, as I said, who think that this is not possible. That's the kind of an old-fashioned way of thinking, because the evidence around the world is showing that we can actually have both of these. And this may be one of the pieces of good news in this panel, is that, you know, we can do much better than we are doing right now, just by thinking a little bit different.
But do you think those people that have that, like, the power to affect that change, are they in policy-making positions right now? And are they in... I feel as though I'm just sitting, waiting for a leader who gets it. And I fear I'm going to wait my whole lifetime. Because, I mean, like, it's so clear, it's so obvious. Like, where... And you know, I understand that part of changing the paradigm is for us to have these conversations. But I mean, I feel as though I've been having that conversation for ages and ages and ages, and nothing's changing. Like, I just want to push you, Pasi, to, like, how? I can hear 1,000 teachers behind me saying, Gab, ask him how? How? How does it change? How do we get this?
It's not, teachers' job is not to change the system. You know, teachers' job is to give the good teaching and learning experiences for kids. We have to hold other people responsible for improving the system. But that's not the teachers' job.
But in the meantime, the teachers are suffering, and they're like lemmings falling off a cliff, you know? I just feel it's like, at what cost? At what cost before we get someone who goes, you know what, there's a better way?
I mean, ultimately, this is a political... Ultimately, some of these decisions are political decisions about where money is spent, you know, that as Gonski found, the allocation of resources here is a tremendously important thing, and we have not seen, have we, Pasi, a profound redistribution of resourcing resulting from Gonski?
Yeah, that's true. But people, next week, Saturday, you have yet another opportunity to speak out. And, you know, cast your votes to a woman if you can, because the countries where there are more women in the parliament seem to do better in education, and particularly early childhood thing as well. But the other thing is that you can always vote for those candidates who promise a different type of education. You know, I came here 4 years ago, and I was a little bit naive at entry. I was working my first 3 years, I was working with the former Minister of Education in New South Wales. And I told him that, you know, we're going to change the New South Wales education by, you know, speaking the truth to the bureaucrats and you know, this minister's former colleagues. And he said to me, before I could finish the sentence, he said to me that, you know, in this country, things don't go quite like this. I said, what do you mean? And he said that if you want to change education here in Australia, you have to change the parents and communities first. And you know, this guy was a member of the parliament for 20 years, and he said that we change the policies in education when the parents and people ask us to do so. We give a damn about what the teachers or principals or researchers say. That doesn't really matter. So that's why I think what is important here is to work through the communities. That's why, you know, these conversations and all these conversations that you hopefully take from here with you are so important. And that's why the next Saturday when you go to vote, whatever you do is such an important thing, because that's your opportunity to, you know, try to change things. I'm not going to say it's easy and fast, but, you know, I can tell you that, you know, what I've been trying to do here to try to convince the bureaucrats and authorities and politicians just doesn't lead anywhere.
I was just going to say, we're going to take some questions from the audience. mill around the mic. We'll come to your question soon. I know we've got a lot of teachers in the audience today. It'd be great to hear from you. Can I ask you, though, Gabby, as a teacher, how much pressure did you come under from parents? And was that often a difficult relationship for you, for teachers? And is it a difficult relationship for teachers?
What has happened, my experience has been that as more and more decorations have been added to education, and as education is being sold more as a business and sort of that market value, it's positioned parents more and more as consumers. And so my relationship with parents became fraught because the customer's always right. You know, that's what started to happen was, you know, these threats of, well, we'll take our business elsewhere. And that's a difficult conversation then to have with your principal when you say things didn't go well in that meeting with Mrs. McGillicuddy and she's going to take her kids out of the school. So, but I'm loath to throw parents under the bus in terms of parents being the problem. The parents are just responding, you know, to the system that is set up and the position that they've been in. And to your point, Pasi, I wonder though if politicians are reluctant to even suggest change because the beast they've created now really serves them the way it is, because then they can come up at each election time and say, well, I'm going to promise this, and sway all those parent voters. Because what would really be great is if education was bipartisan. Absolutely. But then what leverage is a politician going to have? What decoration are they going to dangle each time they want to win a seat?
Yeah. I'm going to interrupt you because I want to take some questions and we don't have a lot of time left. Sorry about that. The bipartisan point is a very good one, actually. Let me take a question.
Okay, I've got a question for both of you. And I'm a bit nervous about it because I feel like what I'm going to say and ask is taboo. Do you think a way of remedying the educational inequality would be to make funding for schools from governments is only for public education? And if people want to send their kids to a private education, they have to pay for it themselves and not get tax concessions for doing it.
Pasi, you're the Scandinavian here, so maybe you should respond.
Yeah, and not only the Nordic countries, but you know, internationally, this is exactly how it works. That you know, if you choose private school, you pay for that. That's the way it is in America, in England, in all the other countries I know. We are the only place where the government public money is so heavily going to the private and independent school. I have nothing against independent schools themselves, but I have a lot to say about how they are resourced. So if we would be like everybody else, we would do exactly what you were saying. I think we could have easily all the primary schools publicly paid 100%, so that nobody would ever pay for, and we could still have these independent and Catholic schools, but they would not have right to charge extra tuition fees from parents. So we can do that if we want to. Again, next Saturday is one point of time where you can voice your concerns. I don't know if it's going to happen or not.
Okay, another question.
Yeah, thank you both for your work. A question I have is whether teacher wellbeing may well be addressed if we focused on student outcomes, because I feel like if the students are doing well, the teachers would be doing well, or is that a naive thought?
I feel as though it flips. So when a woman becomes a new mother, there's so much interest in the mother's well-being, because we know then the mother will do well with her baby. And I feel as though if we take really great care of our teachers, our students will do well, because they'll be thriving, because their, in inverted commas, mother is doing well and has the resources to do their job and feels great about their work and has the joy that they need for the classroom and the emotional energy required for the student. I feel as though I'll be really quick, but I feel as though we've got a very precious child culture around our children here in Australia, and we position them as being the front and centre of our education system, and we're always making the decisions based on the child, and absolutely the child is important. But I feel as though if we shift that to the teacher does know what the child needs.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to ask you about the uncomfortable paradigm between learning and resulting, and I wanted to ask you specifically how we should recognise or what it should look like for a student who's gone through 12 years of our schooling system, because in schools, improvement data in literacy and numeracy pretty much drives, at least for a principal, what schools look like, and then you get to year 12, and particularly in disadvantaged schools, and I'm talking specifically as well regional and remote schools, it's about abrogating the literacy and numeracy and trying to find ways to say this student has passed year 12, and what could we do to improve that situation?
Oh, I was going to look to you.
Are you looking at me? Yeah, I don't. It's a difficult. It's a difficult one, but I think that we all. Again, this goes beyond the Australia thing. That I think we are far too much obsessed with the academic outcomes in education. I think, if somebody has gone to school here or anywhere for 12 years, and hasn't really realized her or his own talent or interest or passion, I think it matters very little what the literacy and numeracy scores are. And that's why I think that the school systems in the future should also include measuring or understanding a little bit how the school has been successful in helping these young people to realize what they want to be, who they are, and what they want to be in the future. So I think that these metrics that we call the metrics in measuring the success in the schools are in change, particularly now in the post-COVID situation, where we understand that there are many other skills in life that keep us going and resilient and moving forward than just the narrow academic things that are important. I used to be a mathematics and science teacher, so I think that those are very important subjects. But there are many other things that young people need.
I just keep coming back to, I think it's from Dylan William, that quote, everything works somewhere but nothing works everywhere. And we constantly want to reach for that one thing that will fix all the problems in all the places. And, you make an important point about regional, this being something that comes up in regional schools or, whatever. And you spoke to it too, Pasi, that context really matters, and that should be factored in too when we're looking at things about results and any measurements that we take.
Okay, thank you.
This question is for Gabby in regard to what do parents think of teachers and what they do. We've learnt a lot of lessons from the pandemic and lockdown, particularly in Victoria, where we had hundreds of days that our kids didn't go to school. And I think there's been a major change in parents recognising what the role of teachers is. Being home with your children for all those days and teaching them yourself really brought home what teachers do. And can I just give a joke? I have a son-in-law in Queensland. Queensland had very little problems with lockdown. The one day he was home with his 8-year-old and 6-year-old, he was so stressed he wrote to his Member of Parliament and the principal to complain about having to do it. Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you.
A great question, actually. Do you think that is the case, Gabby? I mean, I suppose we're guessing in a sense, but whether or not there's a newfound respect for teachers because all of a sudden parents had to take on some of that role during the pandemic.
I think there was an awareness that hadn't existed before of what was involved in a student's day and the work that teachers do. But I can't say that I have heard from any teacher that there was any great shift or understanding or sympathy or anything like that for the work that they do. It was just more a huge sigh of relief when we could drop the kids back to school. Like, good luck with that. That's hard doing that work. Good luck. And then, broom, drive away real fast.
Yeah. Look, it's been a great discussion. I mean, these are hard questions, no simple answers to them. It's been a fantastic conversation. Thanks, Gabby. Passy's got to get a plane right now, so I'm going to have to let him go. Thanks to all of you for coming along.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Books in the bookstore if you want to follow up some of these discussions. Thanks a lot. Thanks to both of you.
Morning, Anouk. This is Cameron from Mosaic here. Good to see you. Good morning. Hopefully it's not too rough. In a moment, I'm going to get you to... I can't hear you, but my sound guy will be able to in a moment. Here's when his headphones on. Can you tell me how you have your morning coffee? And we'll make sure you get the sound coming through. Cool. Coming through loud and clear. Loud and clear, my friend. So what you can see is the stage you'll be presented on. What's going to happen is the host will get up on stage, have a bit of a chat. They'll do a bit of a warm-up to introduce you. And then once they say, and here you are, we'll bring you live, and then the conversation is yours for the next hour. What we will do is, I can see you talking, but I can't hear you. If you need to talk directly to me, just use the chat thread, the chat window, and we can talk through that way. I'll let you know when we're getting really close. Thanks very much.
Gana Miona, Gana Yerta. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that we're all gathered on today, and to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and also to acknowledge any First Nations folk with us today. This land was never ceded. Just before we go any further, I'd also like to flag with you that my colleague Jack Connell over there from the ABC, he's waving, is recording this for Radio National. Thank you so much, Jack. So my name is Smriti Daniel, and today we're going to be in conversation with Anuk Arudpragasam, the Sri Lankan author of 2 celebrated novels. The first is the DSC Prize winning The Story of a Brief Marriage, and the second is A Passage North, which was shortlisted for the Booker Prize in 2021. Both of Anuk's novels, really, they're quite striking to me because they do this thing of they turn this tender, questioning, yet somehow unflinching gaze on, the 30-year-long war that Sri Lanka has been through. And, sorry, I'm just finding this background very disruptive. So just to say, in both novels, Anuk turns a questioning, tender gaze on the Sri Lankan conflict, and which went on for nearly 30 years, and it was between the state and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, or the LTTE. But it is really the end of the war which Anuk circles in his novels, and that's the May of 2009. In A Passage North, he grapples with what it means for those who were there, but also for those who weren't and were forced to watch from afar. Anuk, I'd like to actually ask them to project him on screen now. Anuk, welcome. You've landed in the middle of a lovely, crowded Adelaide Writers' Week. We have sessions going on both sides of us, and it's absolutely exciting to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us via live stream.
Thanks for having me, Smriti.
So Anuk, I know you promised actually to start with a reading, and I'd love for you to introduce to us, what could you tell us a little bit about the section you've chosen?
Well, again, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's morning here where I am. I'm going to read from the opening passages of A Passage North, partly because it doesn't really require any context when you start at the beginning, but also because I think it gives a good kind of sense of the novel and how it's written and its concerns. Can everybody hear me, Smriti?
Can everyone hear Anuk? There's a chorus of yeses from here.
Okay. Well, I'll begin then. The present, we assume, is eternally before us, one of the few things in life from which we cannot be parted. It overwhelms us in the painful first moments of entry into the world, when it is still too new to be managed or negotiated, remains by our side during childhood and adolescence, in those years before the weight of memory and expectation. And so it is sad and a little unsettling to see that we become, as we grow older, much less capable of touching, grazing, or even glimpsing it. The closest we seem to get to the present are those brief moments we stop to consider the spaces our bodies are occupying. The intimate warmth, the sheets in which we wake, the scratched surface of the window on a train taking us somewhere else. As if the only way we can hold time still is by trying physically to prevent the objects around us from moving. The present, we realize, eludes us more and more as the years go by, showing itself for fleeting moments before losing us in the world's incessant movement, fleeing the second we look away and leaving scarcely a trace of its passing. Or this, at least, is how it usually seems in retrospect, when in the next brief moment of consciousness, the next occasion we are able to hold things still, we realize how much time has passed since we were last aware of ourselves, when we realize how many days, weeks, and months had slipped by without our consent. Events take place, moods ebb and flow, people and situations come and go. But looking back during these rare junctions in which we are, for whatever reason, lifted up from the circular daydream of everyday life, we are slightly surprised to find ourselves in the places we are, as though we were absent while everything was happening, as though we were somewhere else during the time that is usually referred to as our life. Waking up each morning, we follow by sequentious routes the thread of habit, out of our homes, into the world, and back to our beds at night. Move unseeingly through familiar paths, one day giving way to another, and one week to the next. So that when in the midst of this daydream, something happens and the thread is finally cut, when in a moment of strong desire or unexpected loss, the rhythms of life are interrupted, we look around and are quietly surprised to see that the world is vaster than we thought, as if we'd been tricked or cheated out of all that time that in retrospect appears to have contained nothing of substance, no change and no duration, time that has come and gone but left us somehow untouched.
Oh, Anu, that's so beautiful. I realized that just listening to Anouk read is centering me a little bit. So Anouk, actually this beautiful book, it starts with this phone conversation, and the conversation is between Rani's daughter and the character Krishan. And in that conversation, Rani's daughter informs Krishan that Rani, who is Appamma's caregiver, that is Krishan's grandmother's caregiver, has died under mysterious circumstances. And you know that the distance between these two people on both ends of this phone call is traversable really within a day. But I wanted to ask you, when you look at these two regions in Sri Lanka, the north and the south, what makes them feel so distant from each other?
Well, I guess the two regions were separated physically. There was a physical boundary between them for the greater part of 30 years. My family is from the north, from a small village right at the northern tip of the country. I grew up in the south of Sri Lanka in Colombo, and I had never seen my ancestral village, my mother's home, until maybe I was 20, 21. So growing up in Colombo as somebody who is originally from the north, you grew up with this kind of almost sense of a metaphysical boundary between these two places. I mean, there are cultural differences, obviously, there are linguistic differences between north and south, and also ecological differences. But that sense of being cut off, I think, was very strong, and it was very palpable for anybody who did go from the south to the north. It was palpable in the way people spoke, in the expressions they used, and in the clothes they wore. I think even in the 2000s, if you went to Jaffna, people would be wearing bell bottoms and shirts that I guess seemed like they were from the 70s and the 80s. And so, yeah, I don't know. There was this temporal and psychic difference, I think, that could not be breached.
Do you remember the first time that you made that journey?
Yeah, I was 21 or so. It would have been in 2000, maybe 2010, right after the war ended. I went up to my mother's village. A lot of things were in a state of disrepair. The roads were in a state of disrepair. We would be passing camps for IDPs, camps for internally displaced people on the way. The region was extremely militarized. There were checkpoints every 100 meters in the main towns, and also even in small villages, in my mother's village. I was filled with a sense of kind of yearning for another place and another world that I realized was about to be subsumed into the rest of the country and into the global economy. And I had this sense of wanting to record or archive what life was like there. I felt that very strongly.
Yeah, and before that journey, you had already in your mind spent a great deal of time there as well, because in 2009 you were spending a lot of time online. You weren't in Sri Lanka, but you were spending a lot of time online, really watching what was happening at the end of the war, and that was an extraordinarily painful process from all accounts.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call it painful, because at the end of the day, I was in safety and looking at things through the mediation of my computer screen. But I did spend a lot of time, and it wasn't just me. I think it was most young Tamil people, I think, spent a lot of time online, trying to figure out what was happening, trying to figure out how many people were being killed. Maybe half of the Sri Lankan Tamil population lives now outside the war zone. More than half, I think, lives in foreign countries. People who moved there, displaced, and so, to seek asylum. And so this experience of not being there during this final period of extreme bloodshed was actually quite a common experience. And I reflect on it now, and we think, and it's really changed my understanding of what we mean when we use words like diaspora, which we traditionally understand as a group of people who've been separated from the rest of the community because of physical displacement. And in a way, now thinking back on that time and what it was like to experience it, I understand diaspora not as a relation to place so much as a relation to experience. The violence that unfolded at the end of the war between 2008 and 2009, which killed between 40 and 140,000 civilians, was so extreme, so definitive, so constitutive for our community's self-understanding that, in a way, not to have been part of that experience is to have been diasporic. And so that experience of witnessing things from afar, of not being there and not being able to express one's agency, became for me very central to what I understood as Tamil experience.
Anup, the other thing that struck me is just before this, you spoke of yearning. And when I think of this book, I mean, it is, we hear so much of Krishan's internal life, but for me, it's also the women of the book that I find so interesting. And so that's Appamma, his grandmother, Rani, though, we see her in retrospect, and of course, Anjum, who Krishan loves but is separated from. And I wanted to ask you, in a book that is so devoted to exploring all the many facets of desire and yearning, what do these three women long for, and how does that shape their reality?
Well, I mean, it wasn't that I thought that I needed to filter this experience through the perspectives of three women necessarily, and yet, as you say, they're also in some way, or as you suggest, they're also in some way, they do crystallize different aspects or dynamics of that experience. Krishan is very close to his grandmother, Appamma, who is an aging woman. She is increasingly immobile, increasingly confined to her room, finds it increasingly difficult to hear and see things. And she kind of has been, because of this, and also because of her physical location in the south of the country, been very separated from the north and the east. She's become in a way separated not just from the north and the east, though, but also from the world. She's undergoing this kind of withdrawal that I think is constitutive of aging and getting older. This sense of being less and less a part of the environments that she was a part of. The novel begins by relating how Rani, a woman who, unlike Appamma, grew up and experienced the war in the Northeast, someone who lost both of her children, both of her sons, in the last months of the war, and who therefore, unlike Appamma or Krishan, both of whom live in Colombo, is extremely traumatized. She's somebody who receives electroshock therapy regularly, who is constantly experiencing night terrors and reliving her traumatic experience in various kinds of troubling episodes.
All while trying to keep appearances up, right? While just really holding to her dignity with a kind of fierceness that is really evident.
Yeah, right. And so these two women, so as Appamma gets older, it turns out that she needs to be cared for. And through a series of coincidences, it ends up being Rani, who leaves her village in the northeast post-war to come to Colombo and live in Krishan and Appamma's house to take care of her. So you have these two women, both of whom are unwell in different ways, becoming, through the series of coincidences, caretakers for each other in a way. And so a lot of the book is these two people trying to relate to each other and trying to square their experiences together. And the other character, main character of the book, Anjum, as you say, is different from both of these in the sense that she's not Sri Lankan but Indian. She's somebody that Krishan's met during his time studying in New Delhi, and she's really the one who inspires Krishan to leave India at some point and return to Sri Lanka, where he can contribute to efforts to rehabilitate society and community in the Northeast. So she kind of inspires him to move back, despite obviously the relationship they have, and to leave his academic career and to kind of work as a kind of social worker in the Northeast. Each of the three women are very influential to Krishan in different ways. And I think they each characterize a certain kind of longing or yearning, as you say. With Appamma, it's the yearning to be part of a world from which she has been pulled away by her deteriorating body. Not so much the desire for a particular world as the desire for the world, a thing that gives resistance to her actions, a thing in which she can express agency. Rani, on the other hand, mourns a very specific world. She mourns the world of the Northeast that she used to live in before the end of the war. She mourns the world that contained her two sons that no longer exist. And this world for Rani is a kind of irretrievable world. It's a world that she cannot get back, but she's forced to reimagine in her mind and subsist in her mind. What is common to this kind of longing of both Rani and Appamma is the fact that for neither of them can the worlds they seek to live in be reinstated. For neither of them can their desire for a certain kind of existence be satisfied. And in that sense, they're both different from Anjum, who is a political activist and who, while she maintains a certain kind of skepticism that the world that she yearns for can actually be brought into being, still orients her life around the pursuit of that world, still organizes her time and her energy around establishing the world that she desires. And so in a way, her longing for another world is much more grounded and much more concrete than that of either Appamma or Rani. And it's this kind of yearning that inspires, this kind of active yearning or longing that kind of inspires Krishan to move back to the country and to see whether he can bring about a world that he wants to live in.
Mm-hmm. And even though we really, even though we get to know these people, I think there's this other dimension here, which is the characters that aren't really yours, but that you've kind of brought in from all these texts and stories and even a documentary that you embed in the book and use to kind of expand your narrative. And so there's the Sanskrit poem, the Cloud Messenger. There's a story about a man who builds a temple to his god in his imagination. There's another story about a man who is brutally stripped of his sight in prison. And then there's that documentary, My Daughter the Terrorist, which gives us these two women. And women were amongst the most loyal and sort of ferocious fighters that the LTT had at some point. And so we are introduced to all these characters. And I wanted to ask you, Anuk, about your decision to bring in these stories and what you thought they would add to the narrative, and whether as a writer you hesitated, because I think it also takes skill to kind of balance it in the way you did and to have your characters react in a natural way to them.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. It's actually not something that I thought too much about while I was writing, but I mean, I guess the kinds of materials that are incorporated into the text can be divided into two parts. There's the classical literary texts from various South Asian traditions, the Periya Puranam, as you mentioned, from the Tamil hagiographic tradition, the Cloud Messenger from the Sanskrit tradition of court literature. There's a Buddhist text that's discussed at length, a Sanskrit Buddhist text from the 3rd century. With these texts, really why I wanted to include them was that they're beautiful texts. They're beautiful texts that are not read really in the English-speaking world, not even really the English-speaking world of South Asia, certainly not of Sri Lanka. And I wanted to write them. I want to write the stories, write the poems, and I wanted to reflect on the poems. I wanted the text, my novel, to be a kind of a literary text on its own account, but also a kind of text of criticism or of reflection on other texts. And I wanted to do this with text from the literary tradition, because I think often with historical South Asian texts, the kinds of texts that were given tend to be more mythological, or they tend to be more folkloric, and less from this very rich and sophisticated set of literary traditions that we have. It was from a time, I think my interest in these texts was from a time where when I was more interested in thinking about my relationship to the Western canon and the South Asian canon. When I was becoming increasingly aware, this happened after I published my first book, of the fact that English is not really my language, and that the literary tradition in which I am educated, or in which I've educated myself, is not one that naturally belongs to the part of the world that I'm from. And it was from a time in which I wanted to see, well, what traditions can I lay claim to with more justification? And it's something that I guess I've distanced myself a little bit from in the years since, because a lot of these text reading in South Asia is a highly caste-bound activity. For thousands of years, only certain castes have had access to literature. The vast majority were debarred from reading, writing, and learning how to read and write. And I see that these texts, in a way, are just as inaccessible, just as alien to me, or these traditions or the societies within South Asia in which these traditions were formed were just as alien to me as the Western tradition in which I was educated. But it was kind of this kind of investigation of canonicity and my relationship to it. I'd say there are a number of other materials that are incorporated into the text, documentaries, other reading material that Krishan has engaged with. And I think with these texts, we generally tend to be more about the war, or more about the contemporary. I wanted to refract the war through various kinds of media, because I felt that this was actually how most people like Krishan, most Tamils outside the war zone, interact with the war. They don't actually experience bombings, they don't actually see corpses, maybe they hear stories from relatives, but by and large, their experience of the war was virtual. It was virtual not just in the sense of seeing images or video on a computer screen or a TV screen, but also virtual in the sense of being in the mind, being mediated through all sorts of non-material media.
Anup, one of the other things that I think really strikes me about this book is that Rani, for me, stands in really for this entire generation of Sri Lankan women who experienced such great losses during the war and were not offered closure, or never had a chance even of really having closure. And in post-war Sri Lanka, grief can be heavily politicized, and not every life or death is considered equal in that sense. And in this context, can fiction and perhaps more broadly the arts offer a space in which to express grief and perhaps even to memorialize?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I have to say that I'm skeptical of the possibilities of literature or the arts to perform the work of grief. And I think for a couple of reasons, and specifically relating to my work, I would say that my work expresses my grief and is an attempt for me to I guess work through a lot of the feelings that I had at the death and destruction at the end of the war. But my work is in English, and it's not just accessible to. It's a work that's not accessible even to all English readers. It's a work that requires a certain amount of time and leisure, and also peace of mind to, I think, read. But specifically because it's not available in Tamil, because it's not a text that Tamil people can read, it's not really, for me, a mode in which my community can express or understand its grief. It's really, in that sense, in the work of grief that it performs, it's really a very personal and very private text. And I think in general, I'm skeptical of, I guess I would say, the political potential of works of literature such as mine. I mean, works of art that are, for all intents and purposes, even if this is not the conscious intention, written for a bourgeois audience. What I mean by bourgeois audience is, I mean, an educated middle or upper middle class audience that has time and leisure to engage in the arts. And this is the broadly speaking socioeconomic group from which I come, and it's not a denigration of this group per se, but when a work of art is directed at a very specific demographic in society that also happens to be comfortable and secure in its position, its political implications, I think, become very limited for that reason. So, as much as I'd love to believe that my work can perform this function of grieving or memorialization, the truth is that I don't really think it can. I mean, in the case of what I am writing about, the deaths of tens of thousands of people in largely undignified ways during the end of our country's civil war, there's little work that literature can do for the dead. The dead are dead. Their lives have been lived and are now gone. And yeah, there's nothing that can be done. And I think I write from this position of, well, at the end of the day, when all is said and done, these people are gone, and their lives cannot be given back to them, nor can their time, and therefore this work has to take, or my work has to take, an elegiac tone, a tone of elegy, rather than a tone of hopefulness.
Anouk, that's so striking what you say, and I suppose the question for me is not what can literature do for the dead, but what can it do for the living? And to ask you what it has meant for you to write and publish these books, and what it might have wrought for you to for yourself personally, because I don't ask you to speak for readers.
Yeah, for myself, I don't really know. It's difficult to say because it's not. When you write novels, it's not that the writing is distinguishable from your life in any way, right? A novel for a novelist, or at least for me, I think, tends to be more than anything else a way of organizing time, a way of drawing days and weeks and months together, a way of tying phases of life into groupable parts. it's kind of how I live, or it's the major practice of my life. I wake up and I know I'm going to write something, and I know I'm going to write a specific thing, and it's going to relate to something that I wrote the day before, and it will relate to something that I'm going to write the day after. And it doesn't just so happen, but it also just so happens that the work that I do is in relationship to these particular experiences. I think I would have wrote regardless of what happened to Tamil people at the end of the war. My writing would have been very different, and maybe it would have been more lighthearted and more jovial. But I don't know that personally I get any kind of no, there's no real sense of there is a sense of achievement. It would be and a sense of accomplishment and pride, and it would be a lie to deny that. But on a deeper level, it's difficult for me to say because it's just what I do.
But Anup, now you have
That's
planted the
satisfying.
seed in my head, and I'm imagining a light-hearted novel from you. For anyone just joining us, we're here at Adelaide Writers' Week with Anuk Arudpragasam, the author of A Passage North. Anuk, I think it was in an interview with the Paris Review in which you provided this long list of things you didn't pay attention to in your writing, and that included story, creating well-rounded characters, settings, dialogue, and historical context. Is there someone who nudges you to pay attention to these things? You've said your sister is often your first reader.
Yeah, my sister's my first reader. She doesn't really nudge me. Not her. Nobody really nudges me, but that's not true. I share what I write, my work in progress with friends, and some of them get bored. Some of them are disinterested. I think also with friends, there's a kind of natural resistance to reading something that somebody you know has written. A natural resistance to taking them seriously in a way that you may not take them seriously in one-on-one interaction. But they don't. They tell me these things, and I do try to, I guess, write a story that has write a novel that has more of a narrative progression, or characters that are more well-rounded than they would otherwise be. But I do this. These are not really my interest in writing, because I suppose I come to writing from philosophy. Philosophy was really the first reading love of my life, and the earnestness with which philosophy pursues its quests for truth, even if that discipline itself can't provide those truths. And so when I started to write literature, the novel, I was interested in this pursuit of truth, in this pursuit of psychological, phenomenological truth, in demarcating different moods and the ways in which different moods make different parts of the world salient and different parts of the world less salient. And so that's been very much my project in writing too. I recognize that the novel is its own form, that it brings with it its own set of expectations, but I guess I try to satisfy those expectations or demands as minimally as possible, because it's not what interests me really, and because I cannot write in order to satisfy other people's interests. In a way, my job in this respect is just to make the text tolerable to the reader, make it kind of in Sanskrit, in the Sanskrit Buddhist tradition, there was this way of talking about Buddhist literature. There was this natural skepticism towards the idea of literature in Buddhism, because literature involves the world, it involves the senses, and to that degree it involves attachment, and to that degree it is a kind of, it is dealing with the illusory, it is dealing with desire and attachment. And so there was this question for Buddhist writers about justifying their use of the poetic medium. And one common justification was that the poem or the literary work is a kind of sugar-coated pill. The form is the sugar-coated pill. It's the thing that makes the bitter truth or the bitter medicine hard to swallow. And in a way, I think, though not all of the things that I write are meant to be bitter, I do think of novelistic form, of the creation of character, the creation of storyline, as vehicles in a way, as things that are meant to facilitate the communication of something other than story or character.
Anouk, anyone listening to you speak now, or reading those kind of long, beautiful, weighted sentences, won't be surprised at all to know that you have a PhD in philosophy. And I was really curious: do you write in a way to escape that, or is it very naturally an extension of your interest in philosophy that you write fiction?
I don't know. When I was doing my PhD in philosophy, which I finished a few years ago, I was very much wanting to leave the world of academic philosophy, and I can explain why. It's because philosophy, as it's pursued in universities in the English-speaking world, in places like Australia, or the UK, or the US, is very technical. It tends to be very modest in its aims. It tends to be very to place a premium on rigor, on a certain kinds of rigor and precision. But because of that premium, it tends also not to dwell on questions that are of existential import, that concern life and how we live it and how we approach it. Those questions are viewed with a certain kind of suspicion. People who answer those kinds of questions or try to answer those questions are viewed with a certain kind of overreaching. And at that time, I found this was not what I was interested in. I was really interested in the question that I guess, to put it in the broadest way possible, the question of how I should live, or how one should live. And so I became interested in writing as a way to do this, because unlike philosophy, which starts from the abstract, writing begins with the concrete. It begins with a concrete individual in a concrete context, concretely specified, that has a certain kind of problem or problematic situation before them. And the answers one might ask about how should this person live, or how might a person in this kind of situation live, it always has to be a response to those conditions and to those concrete contexts. And so I became drawn to literature as a way of dealing with life in the concrete, but as also a form that was capacious enough to allow you to move from the concrete into the more abstract, or into the more meditative. And in a way, that's what I do in my writing. I always start with a specific situation, with a specific consciousness embedded in a specific body, in a specific society, in a specific milieu and situation. And I try to ask about life from the perspective of this individual. And often that involves moving out in a way and asking what this specific individual in this specific situation might have to do with someone else, maybe the reader, maybe the writer. So the novel, I have found, is a medium that is large enough to incorporate both the lived texture of life and also the kinds of more ruminative or meditative questions and moods that drew me to philosophy. And I think as time goes by, I recognize more and more why I was interested in philosophy and how that same interest is also refracted in the way that I write fiction. Although for many years I think I was trying to get away from philosophy, so I would have denied that.
Anup, do you find yourself drawn ever to the idea of writing non-fiction, book-length non-fiction? Never?
Not really. I mean, non-fiction is a very broad term. I have been thinking recently about writing a work of philosophy, which I now have the, I suppose, luxury to do because I'm no longer beholden specifically to the academic philosophical establishment. But I'm an independent writer, so I would have less constraints in writing philosophy. But when we say non-fiction in the sense of a text that tells the reader how or what the world is like at some specific place or some specific time, it's not really something I'm interested in writing in English because it is something that I have done in Tamil and that I will continue to do in Tamil. And I think the reason for that is that, well, for me, the difference between the stance one takes to a non-fictional text as opposed to fictional text largely has to do with an identification we make between the author and the narrator. We read something as a fictional text when we make this separation between who wrote the book and the narrator that is narrating the text. And in nonfiction, we don't make this distinction. We hold the narrator to the standards we hold a living person to, and we expect the author of the text to stand by the methods and the statements used by the narrator of the non-fictional text. What this means is that there is, between the author of the non-fictional text and the text, there is no gap. There is no room to hide. Whereas with the novel, there has to be, in reading the novel, this kind of ironic distance. We cannot associate the reader, the author, and the narrator with each other, which means that there's always a certain kind of place to hide. There's a certain kind of opacity in the fictional text. And when it comes to writing in English, which is now a language that belongs to everybody and nobody, I don't like this sense of this sense of transparency, or this, I guess, this putative transparency, because I don't like to be exposed in this way. I don't like to be held accountable by readers for what I view as the pursuit of my interests. And in English, you don't know who will read you. You don't know what their political affiliation will be. You don't know the kind of society they're from, the kind of history they have. You could be writing really to anybody. And I don't like, I view speech as something that is always context dependent, in which the speaker knows or has some sense of their interlocutor. And this is not possible in the English language anymore. It would have been possible, I guess, until the late 19th century. It's not the case in Tamil, though, for example, where I know, regardless of whether I agree or disagree, whether I like or dislike my reader, I know very much what kind of background they'd be coming from, or what kind of sets of backgrounds they might be coming from. And I have a much stronger sense of how to relate to this particular audience. So with a non-fictional text in Tamil, I would be able to configure myself or orient myself in relationship to who I am writing to in a much more fine-grained and specific way. I'd get to choose with much more agency what I'm revealing and what I'm not revealing, what I'm presenting and what I'm not presenting of myself. And so it is something I do in Tamil, but it's not really something that I'm interested in English. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It's extremely striking. It's very interesting to me that you feel that way, and it actually leads very clearly into my last question, after which I'd love to invite the audience to ask any questions they may have of Anouk. But just to kind of ask you really, it's very rare for a young writer, and especially, I mean, even rarer for a writer from Sri Lanka to receive the kind of recognition that you have. And I was curious if you were aware of that weight or of that expectation going into the second book, or whether, in a way, the success of the first book felt liberating, and even whether over time you've kind of begun to trust your own instincts more.
Yeah, it's this question of, I guess, of recognition and its relationship to the writing process that I've been thinking a lot about recently in the last couple of years. There was, in terms of, I mean, both my books were well received, I suppose, but in terms of the readership they reached were very different, because I think my first book was read in Sri Lanka and India quite widely, but in terms of places like the UK or Australia, the US, nothing like the way in which my last book, A Passage North, was read. And so it feels like two different stages in my career. I didn't really feel after the first book a sense of pressure, nor did I feel particularly a sense of a new sense of confidence or assurance in my abilities as a writer and my intuitions. I've always felt very strongly about what I want to write about and what I would count as good or bad writing. And if anything, I mean, praise and recognition are complicated things. They're not, they're speckled phenomena, as they say in philosophy. There's a, I try not to take it, that is recognition or praise, any more seriously than I would criticism, in the sense that I feel that I should try to cultivate a sense of what I want in writing and what I want to achieve and what counts as achieving that, and that I shouldn't let that be affected by people's praise. I mean, often it sounds a little petty, but these questions of recognition are often petty questions, and they are often questions that relate to the smaller and uglier sides of authorial life. I guess I want to know when I receive recognition from an institution or an individual, what other books they like. do you like the books that I like? And if you don't, then is the fact that you like this book or that you appreciate it an accident? Yeah, I don't know. These are things I think about. But I try as best as I can to not to let my individual convictions about what I'm trying to do soften or become more amenable just because to other things, just because I'm being praised or recognized.
Anouk, I feel like I should ask everyone to tell you what their favorite book is before they ask you a question. We have someone already lined up there waiting. Please.
Anouk, hello. It was a wonderfully immersive experience reading this novel, so thank you very much for that. I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about the nature of looking. Two instances that sort of came to mind for me was Anjum on a train, where she's the only woman in a carriage and there's a group of men looking at her. And then in another moment, we have Krishan, who's a heterosexual man, also on a train, locks eyes with another man in a very different way?
Thank you. That's a really good question. It's something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, the act of looking and the act of being seen. I'll say, just as a kind of, as a way of giving context, that my first novel, which was set in the midst of a war zone, in the midst of constant shelling at a time in which tens of thousands were being killed, there was a lot more of an emphasis on sound, on the soundscape of war, on things that on the sounds of different kinds of bomb, on the sounds of different kinds of explosion, the sounds of different kinds of screaming, which the narrator would ask: is that the scream of bereavement? Is that the scream of being wounded? And there was much less emphasis on the visual, and part of that has to do with the geography of a camp that's being bombed, and specifically the experience of being shelled, and the way in which one always hears the shell, one always hears the impending violence before one sees it. In ordinary life, we tend to see things before we hear them. Generally, vision has a much longer range, if you want to use that word, than sound. And so when, for example, a person is approaching us from the distance, we can see them approaching usually a lot sooner than we can hear them talking, which is why there's always, when somebody approaches us who we're supposed to meet, there's always that awkward period in which you can see but not hear, and in which the person approaching is forced to avert their gaze to avoid the awkwardness of not being able to say something to someone while they're looking at them. There are certain circumstances in which we hear before we see, and those circumstances tend generally to be shocking, because when we see something, when we hear something, it means that it's close enough to affect us bodily. It's close enough to pose a threat or a danger. And so it's something that we have to respond to, or be able to respond to immediately. Usually we see before we hear, but there are certain circumstances in which we hear before we see, and these are moments of shock, because something that we haven't been able to process or adjust to or prepare for is suddenly right before us. Which is why sound was so much more important in my first novel. It's also the case. This is something that I started thinking about when I read Dante's Inferno. And for those of you who have read or who might read, you'll notice that whenever the narrator of that text, whenever Dante the Pilgrim enters a new level of hell, he never sees what's happening. He always hears the sounds of screaming, the sounds of fire, the sounds of torture, and it's only after a while that he gets to see where these sounds are coming from. And it's a literary technique for creating this sense of disorientation and shock. With The Passage North, I was focusing really on gaze and on vision, because vision, when it's mute, when there's no sound around it, generally gives us this kind of calming effect, this sense of not being affectable by the thing that one is seeing, right? It lacks this sense of being able to impinge on us when we see but do not hear. And this was very much, I think, the experience of the Tamil diaspora witnessing the war from afar. Insofar as we associate sound with proximity, and insofar as proximity demands agency, and insofar as agency was something that people like me who were watching the war unfold from a distance did not have, it makes sense, or it made sense for me to focus on the visual without the oral. And that happened in multiple ways in the text, as you mentioned, in a lot of the scenes with Anjum, But it also happens at various other points in the text in discussing the notion of freedom, or in discussing the ways in which violent events burn themselves into the visual memory, and they're all kind of different. They're all very different. But this book, I think, was in a way or a means for me to, I guess, think through what it means to be visual creatures, even though I myself am not a particularly visual person, or even though I tend to forget very quickly what I see, except in the cases where I don't, in which case I generally tend to dwell on the image for months and years.
And if we have another question, I think that might be the last one we can take today. Yeah.
Thank you. Anouk, reading your book it enters the reader's bones, I feel. And I'm not going to offer you one of my other favourite books, but I'm going to turn that question because I feel like you teased us. And I want to know maybe a text or a work that you revisit, that you hold dear, and another one that you have recently discovered.
Those are nice questions. And thank you for your kind words. One book that I mean, it's easy for me actually because I don't actually read that much, and because I read quite slowly, and I do tend to prefer rereading to reading new text. One text that I constantly revisit and that I view personally as a kind of model and ideal for what literature can do is the work of the Hungarian writer Peter Nadash. Specifically, there's a book of his called, every work he has written is worthy of being read. Specifically, there's a book of his called A Book of Memories, which Susan Sontag called the greatest novel of the 20th century. Not that she would have been familiar with most languages in which literature was produced in the 20th century, but this is, in fact, among the books I've read, the most moving and the most powerful. It's this kind of, it focuses very much on the body and on the relationship between bodies in human interaction, the subtleties of gaze, of gesture, of body language, of eye contact, and the kind of communication that unfolds under the level of speech. The text, it's set in Berlin in the 70s and the 80s, and it is the main narrative is about the relationship between the Hungarian narrator and a German man that he is in love with and is in a relationship with, and a friendship / erotic entanglement with a theatre actress that they both know. It's a really stunning book, and I read it again and again. One book I've been reading a lot about motherhood recently, because the novel I'm writing now is about a mother-child relationship, and I really enjoyed the work of Deborah Levy and Rachel Cusk, their writings on motherhood and childbirth. Probably come into contact with those texts at some point, but I really enjoyed. Enjoy is not the word, but I was really moved by both these writers' works.
Thank you so much, Anouk, and thank you all for joining us for this last session on this day. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Smriti.
Anouk is behind us. He can see. So if you'd all like to turn and wave goodbye. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Thanks, Anouk.
Bye.